Good morning. You can be seated. Thank you. All right. Welcome back. Morning, Mr. Garcia.
Judge, there's an issue that I'd like to address with you at the bench, please.
Okay. All right, are we ready for the jurors? And our first witness?
Your Honor, the state would be calling Charles Cummings.
All right, bring them in.
Jurors in the courtroom, Your Honor.
You can have a seat.
Jurors are present and accounted for.
Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you all for making your way back. Were you all able to abide by my instructions during the recess? All right, we're ready to get started with our first witness.
Your Honor, the state would be calling Charles Cummings.
Turn to face the clerk and raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you shall give in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Come over here.
Your Honor, good morning. May it please the court, Mr. Escobar, Mr. Michaels, Mr. Funderburg, Ms. Flores, good morning. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, good morning. Mr. Cummings, good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Mr. Cummings, I'm going to ask that you speak loudly and clearly into that microphone, please. And if you would, please, would you direct all your answers to the members of this jury?
Yes.
All right. Mr. Cummings, can you state your full legal name and spell your last name for the court reporter?
Charles J. Cummings, Jr., Cummings.
All right, now, Mr. Cummings, where do you live, sir?
I live in Land O'Lakes.
And how long have you lived in Land O'Lakes?
18 years.
And Mr. Cummings, what's your profession?
I'm retired.
Prior to retiring, what did you do?
I was in group insurance,
Okay.
health insurance.
How long were you in that business?
Close to 32 years.
All right. Are you married, sir?
No.
Do you have any children?
Yes, I do.
How many children do you have?
3.
And their names and ages?
Errol is about 45, Alex is 43, and Amber is 39.
Okay. And Mr. Cummings, directing your attention to January 13th of 2014, do you recall that day?
Yes, I do.
Is that day special to you?
Yes,
Can you tell the members of the jury why?
because it's my birthday.
Okay. On January 13th, 2014, was that a Monday?
Yes,
Did you take off from work?
yes, I did.
Did you plan on going to the movies with your son, Alex?
Yes, sir.
Now, we talked about Alex briefly. Is Alex disabled?
Yes, he's fully disabled.
Okay. Directing your attention to that date, did you go to the Cobb Theater?
Yes, we did.
What movie were you wanting to see?
We wanted to see Lone Survivor.
Okay. You purchased tickets,
Yes, we did.
and what time was the showing?
I think it was about 1:30.
Okay. When you went in, did you go to the concession stand?
No, we did not.
Did you go straight into the theater?
Yes, we did.
When you went into the theater, can you tell the members of this jury what the lighting conditions were inside there?
There was midlight. It was not dark, it was not light. It was midlight,
Okay.
so there was enough light to see.
All right, so it wasn't completely dark like the movie was playing?
Absolutely not, no.
Okay. Did you have any difficulties getting to your seat?
No,
Did you have any difficulties observing the people that were in the theater at the time?
no.
Where do you normally sit when you go to a movie?
I normally like to sit in the middle.
Okay. In the middle, low,
Middle, high.
high?
Yes.
Okay. When you went into the movie theater and where you normally sit, was there a couple already sitting there?
Yes, there were people already sitting in those seats.
All right. Would that couple later became known to you as the Oulsons?
Yes,
So tell us, you look up and lo and behold, somebody's already sitting in where you would have sat.
correct.
Where did you and your son decide to sit?
We decided to sit at the end seats,
Okay.
same aisle.
All right. What aisle was it?
I think it was the second aisle back from the bistro,
Okay.
from the top.
And when you looked in that direction, could you tell if anybody was sitting behind the Oulsons?
Yes, there were people sitting there.
Okay. Was there an older couple sitting there?
There was a couple sitting there and maybe some other people.
Okay. So you take your seats.
Yes,
Are the previews playing?
yes,
Are they loud?
no,
Okay. You're watching the previews. Did you have a conversation with your son, Alex?
we would say we wanted to see this picture or we're not going to see this picture,
Okay.
things like that.
Did you have any difficulties hearing Alex?
No,
Could you hear conversations, say, 5 rows down?
not, I could hear people talking, but I didn't know what they were saying.
Okay. Now, let me ask you, you don't have any hearing disabilities or impairments, right?
No,
All right. So the previews are going, and during the previews, does anything draw your attention to your left?
yes, it does.
Okay. What is the first thing that you saw or heard?
First thing I saw was a light from a cell phone.
Okay. And would that have been Mr. Oulson's cell phone?
It was Mr. Oulson's cell phone.
Where was it?
I believe it was on his lap.
Okay. Let me ask, did you pay much attention to it?
No,
What did you, all right, so you noticed it, and then what'd you do?
back to watching the previews.
Okay. What's the next thing that happens?
The next thing that happened is someone is talking to Mr. Oulson about the cell phone.
Okay. Did Mr. Oulson respond to this gentleman?
Yes, he said something along the lines of, I'm texting my babysitter or I'm texting my daughter's babysitter.
Okay.
Texting.
Texting. This person who you said you later became known to as Mr. Oulson,
Yes.
right? Was he screaming?
No.
Was he angry?
No.
Was he agitated at that time?
No. Informative.
Okay. So you hear these conversations, you go back to watching the previews, right?
Previous. Yes.
As you're watching the previews, what's the next thing that happens?
The next thing that happened is there was some type of interchange between Oulson and the gentleman sitting behind him. And the gentleman sitting behind him stood up and left the theater.
Okay. Did you hear that conversation, or you couldn't?
No, no, I could not hear their conversation.
Okay. So at that point, Mr. Reeves leaves.
There's the person behind him who was in a, yes, he left the theater.
All right. What was his demeanor as he left the theater?
He seemed to be shuffling his feet fairly quickly. As he passed my seat, he was mumbling to himself, and it sounded very agitated in that mumbling. And he also hit my seat and the back of my head as he was passing.
All right. Let me ask you. So he hits the back of your seat. Did he say, "Oh, I'm sorry, sir"?
No, he did not.
Did he say, "Excuse me"?
No, he did not.
He didn't say anything to you?
No, he did not.
Did you see him walk out of the theater?
Yes, I did.
Did he have any difficulties walking?
He walked normal as far as I could see.
Okay. How long is he gone?
He's gone about 3 or 4 minutes.
Okay. While he's gone, is there anything else going on in the theater?
Not that I knew of, I'm just watching the previews again.
All right. Did you see him coming back up?
Yes, I saw him coming back up.
Can you tell the members of this jury his gait? Was he walking rapidly, quick, slow?
He was walking a little bit faster than normal. The reason I watched him because I wanted to make sure he didn't hit my seat again.
Okay. Did he get to his row?
Yes, he did.
Did he have any difficulties? Did he hit the back of your seat or anything then?
No, he didn't.
Okay. Did you see him sit down?
I saw him go to where he was. I don't believe if he sat down or I saw him get as far as he got to his seat. I don't know if I noticed that he sat down.
Okay. So then you're watching the previews, right?
Back to the previews.
All right. Let me ask you something, Mr. Cummings. Do you wear glasses?
Yes, I do.
Back on January
I
13th?
used to wear glasses.
Okay. On January 13th of 2014, were you wearing glasses?
Yes, I was.
Were you nearsighted or farsighted?
Nearsighted.
Okay. You had your glasses on.
Correct.
Did you have any difficulties seeing in the movie theater?
No, I did not.
Okay. Do you have any problems with your peripheral vision?
On my right eye, I do. On my left eye, I do not.
Okay. So you indicated that it was Alex in the first seat, you in the second seat, right?
Correct. Yes.
So everything that occurred would have been to your left, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you didn't have any difficulty seeing?
No, I did not.
All right. You're sitting there, Mr. Reeves is back. What is the next thing that draws your attention to that area?
There seems to be a heated conversation
Okay. Between Mr. Oulson and Mr. Reeves?
between Mr. Oulson and Mr. Reeves.
Okay. Could you hear what Mr. Reeves said?
No, I could not hear what he said exactly, no.
All right, but you could hear him speaking.
I knew that they were conversing.
All right.
Yes.
Could you hear what Mr. Oulson said?
At one point, I heard what he said when he stood up.
Okay. And when he stood up, what did you hear him say?
Are you trying to get me thrown out of the theater or something like that?
All right. Now, prior to the shot, did you ever see Mr. Oulson climbing over his chair?
No, I did not.
Did you ever see him throw a punch?
No, I did not.
Did you ever see him throw an object?
No, I did not.
Prior to the shot, did you ever hear Mr. Reeves say anything or react as if he had been hit either by a punch or an object?
No,
Did you ever see him react, such as, oh, and grab his face
no, I did not.
prior to seeing the flash and hearing the gunshot? Did you ever see Mr. Oulson all the way back, Mr. Reeves all the way back in his chair saying either whoa, 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 or no, no, no?
I did not hear that, no.
Did you see it?
I did not hear it nor see it.
All right. So, getting back to the events, Mr. Oulson standing up, right?
Yes,
You indicated he said, what are you trying to get me thrown out of the theater?
yes.
What is the next thing that you observe?
The next thing I observe is popcorn in the air.
All right.
Oh.
Do you know how it got in the air?
I do not know how it got in the air, but when it was in the air, that's what caught my attention again.
All right. So popcorn's in the air.
Popcorn's in the air,
What's the next thing that happens?
flash, shot.
Flash and a bang.
Yes,
All right. Immediately or soon thereafter, did you hear Mr. Reeves make a statement?
yes, I did.
Okay. What did you hear him say?
Something along the lines of throw popcorn in my face or throw popcorn at me.
Okay. Did you realize what had happened?
I realized I was a shot.
All right,
And I didn't know if anybody was hit.
okay.
At
So
that
you're, again, it's Alex and you, first and second seats.
Correct.
Did you observe either Mrs. Oulson or Mr. Oulson to start to walk towards the aisle?
Yes, I noticed they both did. Mrs.
Okay.
Oulson first, weeping a little bit, and then Chad was behind her by about a yard and a
All
half.
right. Was Mrs. Oulson saying anything?
She was just weeping and sounded like she was extremely scared.
All right. Did there come a time when Mr. Oulson was walking towards you?
Yes, he was starting to walk towards.
Prior to getting to where you were, almost at your feet, prior to falling, what, if anything, did he say?
He said, "I can't believe he shot me."
Did Mr. Oulson fall at your feet?
He did. He fell at my feet, and he also hit my son as he was falling.
Okay. When that happened, did you tell Alex to leave the theater and go call 911?
Yes, I was very concerned about my son. I was very concerned about his safety. I asked him to leave the theater, number one, for his safety, and number two, to call 911.
Okay.
But to get him out of the theater, not knowing what could happen next.
All right. Now let's go back a moment to the conversations that Mr. Oulson and Mr. Reeves were having. Did you ever hear Mr. Oulson threaten Mr. Reeves?
No, I did not hear him say that.
All right. Did you ever hear him drop the F-bomb
I did not hear any curse words that day.
at all?
None.
Did you ever hear him say, and excuse me for saying it, "I'm going to kick your ass," or "I'm going to beat your ass," or anything like that?
I did not hear that, no.
Did you ever hear Mr. Oulson threatening Mr. Reeves?
I did not hear him threatening him, no.
All right, so Mr. Oulson is at your feet. What are you doing?
We start, well, somebody came up behind me, but when he went to my feet and his head was on my left foot, I started resuscitation as best as I could. I wasn't sure where the bullet wound was, but I could feel blood on my hand.
Okay. So you started chest compressions.
Compressions is what it's called, yes.
All right. Was he shot in the chest?
I'm not sure where he was shot, but the blood started to come from his chest, so I'm assuming that's where it was. And then within a minute, I knew he was shot in the chest.
All right. So as Mr. Oulson is literally on your feet, are you observing or looking at Mr. Reeves to see what he's doing or not doing?
No,
You're paying attention to Mr. Oulson.
correct.
Right. Is there a time that obviously medical personnel come in and law enforcement comes in?
They came in about 15, 20 minutes later. There was someone helping me with Mr. Oulson. But when the law enforcement arrived, or the medics arrived, they said to me, "We'll take him." So at that
Okay.
point, I got up and left Chad Oulson.
All right. As you were attempting to do CPR on Mr. Oulson, did you get blood on your clothing and your hands and so on and so forth?
Yes. And my shoe, my flip-flops.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask the record to reflect that I'm going to show to defense counsel States Exhibits S, T, U, V, W, and X for identification purposes.
Your coach, Your Honor?
May I proceed, Judge?
Go ahead.
All right, may it please the court. Mr. Cummings, as you were performing CPR on Mr. Oulson, did you get blood on your clothing?
Yes,
Your shirt?
my shirt, my pants, my flip-flops.
Okay. What were you wearing that day?
I had a blue fishing shirt, a Columbia shirt, cut-off jeans or jeans, and flip-flops.
Okay. Did you have blood on your hands?
Yes,
Did you have blood on the palms of your hands?
yes.
Judge, may I approach the witness, please? Mr. Cummings, I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit S for identification purposes. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes, I do.
Is that you?
Yes, sir.
And does it depict the blood that you had described previously to the members of this jury?
Yes.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I'd like to publish this to the members of this jury, please.
You may. Are you seeking for that to be admitted?
I'm sorry, Judge. Yes, Judge, I would admit it as it's
19,
19?
correct.
19, Judge?
Yep. It'll be admitted.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Mr.
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Cummings, one question that I had neglected to ask you. Did you ever see Mr. Oulson throw a cell phone?
No, I did not.
You said once medical personnel arrived, you went to look for your son.
Correct, that's what I did.
Did you find Alex?
Yes, I did.
Where was he?
He was outside the theater.
Okay. Did you go back into the theater?
Yes, we did.
Were you requested to go back in the theater by law enforcement?
Yes, yes, we were.
Where did you go?
We went to a section in the lower section of the movie theater, and they asked us to stay there.
Was it at the very bottom of the movie
At the
theater?
the bottom seats, yes.
How many people would you say were there?
15, 20.
Okay. Were they congregated in like groups, so to speak?
They were congregated with the people they came to the movie with, I think.
Right, like a husband and wife,
Yeah.
and then maybe another couple?
Like Alex and I stayed together. right?
Okay. Did you hear them conversing?
I could hear them conversing, but I didn't hear what they were saying.
Okay. Did you hear any of them saying anything about what they had just seen or heard?
No, nor was I listening
Okay.
for that.
Did you talk to any of them?
No,
Did you know any of them?
no,
Did you know anyone that was in that movie theater?
no,
Okay. So y'all are gathered around down there, right?
yes,
Does law enforcement come and pass out what would be a witness statement, a blank form?
they passed out something that was a blank form. I didn't know what it was.
All right. Were you given any instructions as to what to do?
Yeah, what did you see? Did you write it down? Something like that.
Okay. And did you in fact give a written statement?
Yes, I did.
And was it brief?
It was brief. I just wanted to write the salient points.
Okay.
I wasn't given instructions on anything else.
The main topics, right?
The main points as to what happened.
At the time you gave the written statement, did you know that you were going to get interviewed by a Pasco County detective?
Yes, I did.
And After you had given the written statement, did you subsequently get interviewed by Detective James Garapi of the Pasco County Sheriff's Office?
I was interviewed by a detective. I can't say if that's his name or not, yes.
Okay. And did you go more in depth with Detective Garapi as to what you saw, what you heard?
Yes,
And he was taking notes?
yes.
Now, Mr. Cummings, did you ever see Mr. Oulson with either his knee or standing in his seat?
No, I did not.
Did you ever see him completely coming over his seat and in Mr. Reeves' space?
No, I did not.
Did you ever see Mr. Oulson in an aggressive stance towards Mr. Reeves?
No, I did not.
Did you ever see Mr. Reeves with his left hand out, holding or pushing Mr. Oulson away?
No, I did not.
May I have a moment, Your Honor, please?
You may.
Your Honor, I have no further questions of Mr. Cummings at this time. Thank you.
Garcia. Mr. Michaels?
Mr. Cummings, I'm just going to start with one of the last things you talked about with the prosecutor. You told the prosecutor that when you were interviewed, first of all, when you did your statement form, you just wrote bare details.
Yes, sir.
When you talked to the detective, however, you gave the detective all the details within your knowledge, right?
I gave him a lot more detail, yes.
Okay, but you certainly gave him everything you knew at the time, right?
I gave him everything that I saw at the time, within the condition of my mind at the time.
Okay. And you were able to give him quotes of what people said, for instance, right?
Whatever I gave him, I gave him.
And so you understood what he was saying to you, right?
Yes, I did.
You didn't have any difficulty in communicating with him?
No, but it's the first time I had that type of communication.
I understand. I'm just trying to understand because we're talking about a written statement which is very bare and then a more involved interview.
Correct,
So the interview is more involved in more details.
correct.
Okay. Now let's talk a little bit about, number one, walking into the theater. The prosecutor asked you if it's loud, because you went in during the previews and you said it wasn't loud.
No, it's the normal sound of a preview.
Okay, so it was pretty loud then, right?
No, I could hear, but I could also see people, hear people.
So you wouldn't call it pretty loud?
No,
Okay. Page 18, lines 18 through 25. I know we're here in 2020.
Your Honor, I would object. The proper way would be to show the witness the statement first.
Your Honor, may we approach? Cummings, in this case, you gave a deposition back on March 16th, 2015. Remember that?
I remember depositions in this case, yes.
Okay, maybe not the exact
The
date.
exact date, yes, sir.
But you remember at some point sitting in an office in this building, right?
Yes,
With a court reporter,
yes,
with myself, right?
yes,
Mr. Escobar,
yes,
a couple of members of the state attorney's office.
correct,
We put you under oath, remember that?
correct,
Swore to tell the truth. And we asked you questions,
correct,
and you gave us answers.
correct.
Well,
Your Honor, before you answer the questions, can you briefly?
Yeah.
let's go back to talking about the deposition, okay?
Yes,
The question was asked, to put it into context, I'll go back a little bit. And you sat down, question, what were the noise conditions in there? Were the previews playing? Answer, just the previews. Remember that?
yes,
Okay. Question, line 22, were they loud? Answer, pretty loud. Remember that?
yes,
Okay. So now you agree with me that the previews were playing and it was pretty loud in there, right?
there are parts of previews that are pretty loud, depending upon the scene that they're showing. If they're showing an action scene, it's usually louder than when they have a dialogue or a love scene, or an explanation.
All right. And
So
so,
it's mixed.
and so is there a reason why you didn't make that explanation to the prosecutor and you feel compelled to make it to me now?
No,
During the previews, you heard some conversations to your left, right?
yes,
Now, to your left was seated the individuals that turn out to be Mr. and Mrs. Oulson.
yes,
Mr. Oulson closer to you, Mrs. Oulson on the other side of Mr. Oulson.
yes,
Now, at first, you just heard one voice, and that was Mr. Oulson's voice.
yes,
He's in the same row.
yes.
And that's when you heard something about texting my daughter.
Texting my daughter or my daughter's babysitter.
Okay. And you said that that person was doing it in a informational tone, but he was also doing it in an authoritative voice, right?
He was explaining what he was doing, yes. It was,
It was an authoritative voice, right?
I don't think it was authoritative. I think it was frustrational, maybe.
Okay. Page 21, line 3. Going back to that deposition, okay? Okay? Question, line 2. Was he doing that in a loud voice? The answer before was, just to put it in context, he was explaining to someone about texting and something about his daughter. Remember that?
Yes,
Question, was he doing that in a loud voice? Answer, authoritarian. Remember that?
Judge, I'm
Yes.
going to object. If you read further, he also says informational. So I think Mr. Michaels is taking that out of context.
Sustained. Read.
Okay. You did use that word though, right?
I used that word.
And that voice was louder than the previews were.
Yes, I could hear him, yes.
And it's been your experience, in theaters, usually people don't talk that loud, right?
Usually they don't talk. The nicer people don't.
Now, the person behind Mr. Oulson that turns out to be Curtis Reeves gets up and leaves the theater.
Yes,
Now, you talk about him bumping your chair and your head. We can agree you don't know what part of his body did that.
no, I'm assuming his leg, knee.
And certainly, you don't take that as on purpose,
No,
because you're a big fella, and back then you were even bigger fella. We're talking about a while back now, right?
yes, sir.
I know you used to lift weights and all that.
Yes, sir.
And so you were leaning back in your chair a bit to be comfortable watching the movie, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And so the bumping of your chair was accidental as far as you knew, right?
I didn't think he was wanting to hit the back of my chair nor the back of my head.
All right. Now, you said that Mr. Reeves was mumbling. We can agree that you didn't hear what he was saying.
No, I didn't. No, I couldn't understand what he was saying.
So you don't know if as he was passing people, he was saying, "Excuse me, pardon me." You don't know what he was
He
saying.
didn't say, excuse me. I would have understood that.
Well, if he
was
mumbled-
He was mumbling before he got to me.
Okay, so you could hear him mumbling before he got to you?
Yeah, he was shuffling his feet and mumbling, and then he passed by.
Okay, and we can agree you didn't hear what he was saying?
Absolutely not.
So you're telling us you can hear what he's not saying, but you can't hear what he's saying? Right?
Correct.
Now, when you saw him walking, he wasn't walking in a way that gave you the impression that he was upset. I'm talking about Mr. Reeves, right?
Upset?
Right.
I couldn't tell, but if his gait said he was upset, no.
Okay. So in other words, he wasn't stomping out or walking out?
No, he was not. But he was moving.
Now, you also saw when he came back up the stairs.
Yes,
And when you saw Mr. Reeves coming back up the stairs again, nothing that you observed indicated to you that he was mad, right?
no,
Nothing indicated to you that Mr. Reeves was angry at all, right?
no,
And then within a couple of minutes of Mr. Reeves coming back, now a conversation you hear again between Mr. Oulson and Mr. Reeves, right?
yes,
And what you heard is not Mr. Reeves's voice, you heard Mr. Oulson's voice, right?
yes,
And it's a voice you recognized before when you heard it during the previews.
yes.
You didn't hear any other voice.
No, I could not hear the voice.
You couldn't hear the voice of Mr. Reeves.
No, I could not hear. I could hear he was talking. There was some conversation, but I wasn't sure what they were saying.
You could only hear Mr. Oulson's voice.
Yes, the only discernible voice was Chad Oulson's.
And you did not hear any other voice.
No, I can't say that who was speaking, but he was speaking with someone.
So you're saying now you heard another voice,
Yes,
okay? Page 31. Lines 10 through 12. Going back to the deposition, okay?
yes,
Question, okay. Did you hear any other voice other than Mr. Oulson's? Answer, no. Remember that?
yes,
And that's a statement you gave under oath back
yes,
years ago, right?
yes,
Now, when you heard Mr. Oulson and nobody else, he sounded irritated to you, right? Mr. Oulson?
sounded irritated, yes.
And he sounded mad, right?
Sounded upset.
Did he sound mad to you?
I don't know, upset, mad,
Is it the same to you?
no.
Okay, so mad is different than upset.
Yeah, mad is, you're probably going to take some action. Upset is you're in the discussion phase.
So add means that if somebody's mad to you, it means they're going to take some action. They're more angry than just being upset.
Potentially, correct.
Page 32. Lines 3 and 4. To put it in context, we'll start on page 31, line 23. Question, we're now after Mr. Reeves comes back. Mr. Oulson's back to saying something, and he's saying something in that same loud tone. Question, answer, he's saying something, he sounds irritated. Question, okay, he sounds mad. Answer, yeah. Right?
Okay, so I said that.
I'm going to object. It's improper impeachment, that's what he said.
So you recall in that deposition saying that Mr. Oulson was mad, right?
Yes.
Now, during this time where Mr. Oulson sounds mad, he says something to the effect of, "You trying to get me kicked out of the movie," something like that.
Yes.
And he's directing that towards Mr. Reeves.
He was talking to Mr. Reeves, yes.
And he said that in a loud tone, right?
Yes, I could hear that.
And that's when he, Mr. Oulson, stood up.
I think he was standing up when he said it.
And at first he was facing the theater screen when he stood up, then he turned to face Mr. Reeves.
He was talking to him, yes.
And at the time he was irritated, right?
Yes.
Now, he was leaning towards Mr. Reeves at this time like a person who was upset would talk to someone.
He was leaning slightly over to get his point across.
Well, would you characterize it as like a person who was upset would talk to someone?
Yes.
And he was yelling, right?
I could hear his voice, yes.
He was yelling, was he not?
He brought it, his voice was above normal, yes.
Well, let's talk about that. To you, voice above normal is different than yelling, isn't it?
It wasn't a total yell. I mean, a total yell is obviously almost screaming. He wasn't screaming it, but his voice was above normal, yes.
Was it yelling?
No, I wouldn't say it was yelling.
Page 40, lines 24 and 25. Question, line 24. He was yelling? Answer, yeah. Remember that?
Yes.
Now, the prosecutor asked you, did you see Mr. Oulson throw anything? You said no, right?
I did not see him throw anything.
You didn't see Mr. Oulson lean into the aisle where Mr. Reeves was seated with his wife at all?
No, I did not.
You didn't see him reach in to grab the popcorn?
I did not see that.
Now, you wrote a statement, and may I show it to you? Your Honor, I guess I should mark this as defense exhibit. I'm not going to place it into evidence at this time, but for identification, I'm not sure where we are. Is this number one, maybe?
What is it? Sure.
Mr. Cummings, I'm going to show you something that has been marked for identification purposes as Defense Exhibit 111. May I approach the witness, Your Honor? All right.
Okay,
There you go, Mr. Cummings. Recognize that document?
yes,
Okay. And is that your signature at the bottom?
yes,
Is that your handwriting?
yes,
You see the date on it? Should be somewhere
yes, yes, I
around
see
that.
that, yes,
Okay. And so you recognize that document, correct?
Yes.
And that's a document that you hand wrote, correct?
yes,
And that you signed?
yes,
And that happened at the time of the incident at the theater, right?
yes,
Okay. Thank you. You had a chance to read it? Did I give you a chance to read it? I
Yes,
apologize.
yeah.
Okay. So we can agree that in that document, you didn't put anything about throw popcorn at me, that sort of thing,
Judge,
right?
object to, may we approach?
as I was saying, Mr. Cummings, had a chance to look at your written statement, and there's nothing in there about the popcorn. You'll agree with me, right?
Yes,
And certainly you explained to the prosecutor, well, I didn't really give a very detailed statement, I just put in the basics, right?
salient points,
Okay. Such as, you will agree with me that the old man came back alone, talking about Mr. Reeves, right?
yes,
He got into an argument with the man sitting next to me, Mr. Oulson, right?
yes,
Man sitting to right of me got up and confronted old man.
correct,
Okay, and then Mr. Oulson got shot.
correct,
Okay. Now, you talked to a police officer, a detective, the prosecutor talked to you about that and said, remember speaking to Detective Garapi, your answer was, I don't remember the name,
correct,
but certainly you remember speaking to the detective.
yes,
And you told the prosecutor you gave a more detailed
yes,
account of what happened, right?
yes,
Well, do you remember telling that detective that that you attended the movie with your son Alexander, remember that?
yes,
That they, talking about Mr. Oulson, were sitting in,
Jack, can we approach?
all right. You told the detective you attended the movie with your son Alexander, remember that?
yes,
Okay. And that Mr. Oulson was sitting in the same, you were sitting in the same role as Mr. Oulson, right?
yes,
Okay. You heard some kind of communication during the preview, right?
yes,
Between Mr. Oulson and Mr. Reeves.
yes,
That Mr. Reeves left the theater, kicked the back of the Mr. Oulson seat.
that was a mistake, but I don't know if he did that,
Okay, you meant your seat.
I don't know, yes, he hit my seat, I don't know if he hit Olson's seat,
Okay. That Mr. Reeves was grumbling as he left.
yes,
Then at some point, that Mr. Oulson then stood up and tossed his popcorn in the air.
there was popcorn in the air,
Okay. That you didn't think that Mr. Oulson threw it directly at Mr. Reeves.
I just saw popcorn in the air,
You don't remember saying that.
not correctly, no,
Pardon me?
not exactly, no,
Okay. Less than 20 seconds later, the suspect, Mr. Reeves, shot Mr. Oulson in the chest and stated, "Do that to my face." Remember that? It's in quotation marks.
yes,
Okay. So you didn't tell that detective that Mr. Reeves said, "Throw popcorn at me," right?
whatever I told the detective that time, I told him,
You told him that Mr. Reeves said, "Do that to my face." Right? You agree with that?
okay, that's what I said,
May I have a moment, Judge? further questions.
Thank you. Redirect.
Judge, we have no further questions of Mr. Cummings.
Thank you. May this witness be released?
We have him under subpoena.
Subject to recall, Your Honor.
Okay, subject to recall. Mr. Cummings, you're free to go, but it's possible you could get recalled. You could, are you available by cell phone or?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, sir. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a 10-minute recess, and all things being equal, if you don't mind, when we take recesses, would you just either head to the jury pool room and stay there, or go in the deliberation room? There's a lot of folks out and about, and I don't want you to run into any conversations, okay? So head to the jury pool room or stay back there. All right, 10 minutes. Remember my instructions during the recess.
All right.
Thank you.
Yeah, we're gonna, because I wanna make sure that.
Okay.
Jurors enter the courtroom, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you, Deputy. Ladies and gentlemen, were you all able to abide by my instructions during the recess? All right, excellent. We'll get started. Mr. Garcia or Mr. Rosenwasser?
Statement called Jane Roy.
Tina, is that chair okay, the witness chair? Does it sit down too low?
I tried to get it up as high as it'll go.
And it won't go,
That's
okay.
as high as it'll go.
Okay. Maybe.
You can just say, follow me, come to me. You're gonna turn and face the clerk, raise your right hand. Okay.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you shall give in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Rosenwasser.
All right, thank you. Good morning. Can you please state your name and spell your first and last name for the court reporter?
Jane Roy, Janeroy,
Okay, and you don't have to tell us exactly where you live, but what city do you live in?
Lutz.
All right. Back on January 13th of 2014, were you living in the same location?
Yes.
Are you currently employed?
No, I'm retired.
Okay, and what are you retired from?
I was a bookkeeper
All right, how long were you a bookkeeper for?
from 1979 to 2000.
Okay, so about over 20 years.
Yes.
All right. Back on January 13th of 2014, did you decide to go to the movies?
Yes, we did.
And who were you going to go to the movies with?
My husband.
Now, looking at you, and I don't think members of the jury can see that side of your face, but let's talk about, for lack of a better word, a disability. Do you have any disabilities with respect to hearing in your left ear?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and what is that?
I had a brain tumor. It was called an acoustic neuroma, and it left me paralyzed on the left side of my face. I couldn't close my eye, and I was deaf in my left ear.
Okay, and because of the issue with your eye, did you have any procedure done?
Yes, I had to have a tostography because the fact that I couldn't close the lid was damaging the retina, and my eye was drying up, and there was a lot of pain involved, so they closed the eye to keep it moist.
Okay, and to help out the court reporter, did you write down exactly how to spell that particular procedure? Or give it to me?
I
have it.
will try.
No, I have it. I have it written down. So for the
Okay.
court reporter, it's TARSORRHAPHY. All right, so let's talk about January 13th of 2014. You and your husband decided to go to a movie?
Yes.
And what movie theater was that?
Theater 10, I believe it was at the Groves in
Okay.
Wesley Chapel.
Okay, the Grove Theater in Wesley Chapel. You think it
Yes.
was in theater number 10?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, do you know what movie it was?
Yes, The Lone Survivor.
Okay. Do you remember about what time it was starting?
It was an early afternoon matinee.
Okay, sometime after 1 maybe?
Yes,
All right. You all purchased tickets there?
yes, outside.
Did you go to the concession stand?
No,
You went directly into theater number 10?
we did.
When you go to the movies, do you all sit in a particular spot when you go to the movies?
Yes,
Okay, and tell the members of the jury where it is that you and your husband like to sit.
we like to sit in the last row in the center of the theater.
All right. When you walked into the theater, do you remember if there were any advertisements or previews playing?
Yes, the previews were on.
All right, so let's talk about that. When you walk into the theater, do you turn around to look at the theater to see where you're going to sit?
Yes, but we already know that we're going to go up there.
Okay, but you had to turn around and you're looking at the theater and you're going to go up to the back row. correct?
Yes,
All right. When you first get into this theater, what are the lighting conditions like?
the lights have been muted because the show has not started yet.
Okay, so you're using the term muted. Let's describe that a little bit more. Could you see the seats when you turned around to look at the theater?
Yes,
All right. So it wasn't dark like when the movie starts.
no,
All right. Could you see people sitting in those seats?
yes,
Could you see the steps?
yes,
So eventually you made your way up to the back row, correct?
yes.
Any difficulty at all seeing your way from the bottom all the way up to where you're going to sit?
No,
You didn't need a flashlight or to use a phone
Oh,
or
no.
anything like that? Okay. So although it was muted, you're saying that you could see clearly in the theater?
Yes.
All right. With respect to the volume, when you sat down in your seats, okay? Well, let's talk about where you sat. You said you like to sit in the back row, and then where?
In the center.
All right. Were you able to sit in the center on this particular day?
No, there was already a couple sitting there.
All right. So let's just fast forward for a second. This couple that you're talking about, was that individual involved in the shooting that we're going to be discussing?
Yes.
All right. Did you later learn the name of that person or that couple?
Yes, I found out that their name, it was Curtis Reeves. I don't know his wife's name.
Okay. But you didn't know them at the time of the shooting?
I knew nobody in the theater.
Okay. And eventually we're going to talk about someone that was shot. Did you come to learn that person's name later on?
Yes, that was Chad Oulson.
Okay. All right. But again, you didn't know him either?
I knew nobody.
All right. So when we're talking about the names, it's just because after the shooting you learned the names of those individuals?
Yes.
All right. So you indicated that the Reeves were sitting in the seats that you wanted to sit in. Was that correct?
Yes.
All right. So where in relation to the Reeveses did you end up sitting?
Well, it was Mr. Reeves, his wife, an empty seat. Then it was myself and then my husband.
Okay. And the left side was then facing the Reeveses, is that correct?
Yes.
All right, and that we already talked about, that was the side that you have a little bit of difficulty.
Yes.
All right. So when you sat down in the seats, you indicated the previews were on. How would you describe the volume in the theater at that time?
Loud, but not loud like when the movie is on.
Okay, so let's talk about that. When you say loud, did you have any difficulty in hearing your husband?
No, we were able to converse.
Okay, even though the previews were on?
Yes.
Didn't have to speak any louder than the previews?
No.
Okay. Could you hear other conversations? And by that I mean this, could you hear like the mumbling of voices?
Yes.
All right, even though there were previews, you could hear that?
Yes.
All right. Were you specifically listening to anyone else's conversation?
No.
All right, so you couldn't hear the words, but at the same time you weren't paying attention to other people?
Exactly.
All right, but you could hear that there were other people in the theater?
Yes.
All right, and still see them?
Yes.
Did there come a point in time when your attention was focused to your left?
Yes.
Okay, what was one of the first things that happened that caused you to start looking to your left?
Well, they started talking about the turning the cell phone off.
Okay, that's like during the previews?
Yes. And I noticed some commotion to my left, so I turned to directly look at them, and Mr. Reeves was leaned over speaking to Chad Oulson, and I could see a light, so I figured that he had a phone and he was on his phone.
Okay, when you say he was on his phone, who are you referring to?
Chad Oulson,
Okay,
sorry.
Could you see from where you were on which side of Chad Oulson's body that light was from? Do you know if he was holding it in his right hand or left hand at the time, or you just saw a light?
I saw a light.
Okay. And how much time do you think had passed between the time that the message went on in the preview about the cell phones and you saw the defendant reach or lean over to talk to Chad Oulson?
Almost as soon as they started talking, I saw Mr. Reeves lean over to talk to Mr. Oulson.
Okay.
It was almost immediate.
Almost immediately after the message was played
It
about
was
the
on
cell
the
phone.
screen, yes.
Okay. So it's not like 3 or 4 minutes went by, it was
Oh,
immediate.
no, no.
After you saw the defendant lean over to Mr. Oulson and have that conversation, what's the next thing that you saw?
Mr. Reeves stood up, and he turned to it would have been his left, and he started walking through the aisle of the theater to go down.
Okay. Were you on the right of Mr. Reeves?
I was on the right of Mr. Reeves, yes.
Okay, because I might have to orientate you a little bit. Did Mr. Reeves walk by you to get out of the row?
Yes, he did. He turned to go out the row. He was walking quickly. He was mumbling. He seemed to be upset or irate about something, and he went down the row and down the stairs.
Okay, so when you said that he went to his left, did you mean that he went to his right to pass by you?
Oh, yes, that's right, too. It would have been his right. Yes, yes.
Okay, so you indicated that as he's passing by you, you're watching him?
Yes.
All right, and you also hear him?
Well, I couldn't understand what he was saying, but he was mumbling.
Okay. Did it appear to you that he was having a conversation with his wife?
Oh, absolutely not.
All right, and why are you saying that?
Well, he had been past her. I mean, there was an empty seat and her on my left, and by that time he was in front of me. He wasn't turned back towards his wife like he would have been talking to her, and he was mumbling in front of me, and he was mumbling as he went by, so
Okay.
wouldn't have made sense.
And did you watch him as he exited out your row?
Well, I saw him walk by and get into the stairway.
Okay. And did you watch him go out, or you just
I
started
saw
paying
him go
attention?
down the stairs.
Okay. Did you see him having any difficulty when he was leaving the aisle or going down the rows, anything like that?
Not at all.
All right. Did he have a cane or anything that was helping him walk?
No.
How would you describe Mr. Reeves? Small, medium? How would you describe
Oh, no,
him?
he was a large man.
When he walked by, did he say anything to you?
No,
Ever say excuse me or anything like that?
no.
Now, prior to seeing the defendant get up and leave, did you see any type of threatening behavior between anybody before
No.
he got up to leave?
No,
All right. Did you see Chad Oulson get up to climb over the rope?
no,
See Chad Oulson threatening
no.
Mr. Reeves? Okay. At that point, it just seemed like there was a discussion about the cell phone, and then Mr. Reeves left.
Yes,
Do you know approximately how long? I know you weren't timing it, there was no reason to, but do you know about how long it was that the defendant had left the theater?
3 to 5 minutes.
Did you notice when he came back into the theater?
Yes,
Okay, and where, just approximately, was it that you first saw him coming back into the theater?
I guess when he was probably halfway up the stairway, I would see his head, and then I noticed that he was coming back up.
Okay, did he have to walk by you again, obviously?
Yes.
All right, did he have any difficulty walking up the stairs, walking through the row to get to the middle?
No, at that point I had pulled my legs up because I was afraid that he was going to bump me again, but no, he just walked right by and he sat down.
Okay, and by bumping you, you don't mean he intentionally bumped you?
Oh, no, no.
Just when someone exits a row, that's just what happens in a movie
Yes.
theater? Okay. Do you see Mr. Reeves sit down, or do you just see him go back to the area that he was sitting?
As far as I remember, he came into the row and he sat down. He went next to his wife and he sat down.
Okay, so let's talk about what happens a few moments after that. Do you then get your attention directed to the left again at some point?
Yes, I could see that there was something going on, so I turned to look, and Mr. Oulson had stood up, and he looked at Mr. Reeves and he said, "You went and reported me."
Okay. Now, when you say that Mr. Oulson had stood up, is he in his row?
Yes. No, he never left his row. He just stood in front of his seat, and he looked at Mr. Reeves and he said, "You went and reported me," or something to that effect.
Okay, and then what happened next?
Well, the first thing I knew, popcorn went flying, and almost immediately I saw Mr. Reeves' hand come up, and I saw a flash of red, and I thought, what the heck? There was a loud noise, it smelled, and then I thought, oh my God, he shot him. And then I saw Chad Oulson turn around. He was facing Mr. Reeves, so he would have turned to his left to go out the row, like he was going to exit the row, but then he fell right in front of me.
Okay. When you heard that noise, was it a loud noise?
Yes,
Okay. Were you shocked?
yes,
All right. So let's talk about this just a little bit more. When Mr. Oulson stood up, did you see him attempt to climb over into what would basically be your row?
never,
Okay. Did he start threatening to beat up or kill or anything like that?
no,
Did you ever see him throw an object? And by him, I mean, did you see Chad Oulson throw any objects at the defendant?
absolutely not,
Did you hear the defendant say anything, and it's going to sound kind of silly, but exclaim like, "Oh my God," or "I'm hit," or "I'm hurt," anything like that?
never,
Did you ever hear the defendant yelling at all?
no,
Did you ever see the defendant putting his arm out and yelling, "No, no, no," or "Whoa, whoa, whoa," as if someone was attacking him?
Never, never.
Did you ever see a female with Chad Oulson?
No, I was so concerned that Mr. Oulson and Mr. Reeves were going to have a physical altercation. And I thought that Mr. Reeves was going to stand up as quickly as he did when he left to go out of the theater, and he was going to punch Mr. Oulson in the nose or something like that. I never expected a shot. I thought it was going to be a physical thing.
Okay, so you thought the defendant was going to attack Chad Oulson physically?
Yes, yeah, he was the one that appeared to me to be mad.
Okay, not Mr. Oulson.
No,
At any point in time, did you see Chad Oulson physically attack this defendant?
never.
And we talked about ever hearing the defendant say anything. Did you ever see the defendant, Mr. Reeves here, hold his head as if he was hurt or attacked or thrown something at him? Anything at all like that?
Never.
All right, once you heard the shot, where did you focus your attention?
I was just staring at in front of me. It was so shocking. I've never seen anybody shot before. It was petrifying, and my husband had to grab me and say, "Come on, we have to leave."
Okay. Did you see Mr. Oulson start walking towards the aisle?
I did.
Okay, and did he ever make it to the aisle?
No, like I said, he turned after what I realized when he was shot, and he took, I'm going to say 2 steps, 3 steps. And he fell like right in front of, not in front of my seat, but in the row right in front of me on the ground.
Okay. Did you see people trying to help him?
Yes, there was a young man there, and he came over and he opened his shirt or something, and I saw some blood, and that was it.
Okay. Now, at this point in time, did you ever look back at Mr. Reeves, or were you focused on leaving the theater?
Well, when we started to leave the theater, I turned around to look back, and Mr. Reeves was just sitting there like, he was just very calm.
Did you eventually leave the theater?
Yes,
And where did you go? Meaning leaving theater number 10, did you stay within the movie theater complex?
yes, we had to go down into the concession area.
Okay, and what was the reason for that?
But they told us that somebody would be by to take our statements.
And were you handed any forms?
Yes,
When you were handed these forms, were you given any instructions about how to fill it out?
no, they just told us to write down what we saw.
Okay, and just based on being told to write down what you saw, did you write down something?
I did.
Okay, did you write down an incredibly detailed statement?
No. Matter of fact, if you look at my statement, you can see how shaky my handwriting was. It was, you know, I just thought they wanted us to say we saw somebody get shot, and that's all I wrote.
Okay, to you, that was what the information was?
Yes,
All right. Did you think you were going to be interviewed by some type of deputy or a detective later after that?
I was, yes.
Okay. And were you, was that done in the theater?
Yes.
When you were in the theater, did you discuss what you saw with all the other patrons that were in there?
No, no, my husband and I sat by ourselves at a table, and we didn't talk to anybody.
May I have a moment, Your Honor? No further questions, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Escobar?
Please record, counsel. Good morning, Ms. Roy.
Good morning.
Ms. Roy, well, let me ask you this question. What year were you born?
1948.
Okay. You talked initially on direct examination about your disability,
Yes,
and you had that disability back on January the 13th of 2014, is that correct?
I did.
Okay. Let's talk a little bit about that disability. You cannot see from your left eye at all.
If they unsewed my eye, I would be able to see. There's nothing wrong with the vision, but it's because of a medical problem that they closed the
So
eye.
from the left side, you can't see?
Right,
Okay. You can see from your right eye.
yes,
You have glasses.
yes.
And are you nearsighted or farsighted?
I think I'm both.
You think you're both? Okay.
I have, what do they call that? Progressive lenses.
Okay. And I believe you indicated on direct examination likewise that as a result of this tumor that you suffered, you lost the hearing also on your left side.
Yes,
So is it true then that in order to see someone on your left side that you would have to turn your head?
I do.
Okay. One of the reasons that you have your husband seating to your right at a theater is because of that issue, correct?
Yes,
Your right ear, which is your better ear, would be able to hear your husband.
right,
Is that correct?
yes,
And your right eye, who is your only eye, would be able to see your husband easily by just, right?
yes,
Okay. Now, you also have some balance problems, is my understanding, is that correct?
yes, yes,
And you developed those balance problems actually before January the 13th of 2014, correct?
yes. I've had 3 brain tumors. During the 3rd brain tumor, they cut my vestibular schwannoma, and I had a stroke during that surgery.
Okay. And that obviously has affected your...
Yes, the vestibular schwannoma controls your balance.
Yes, ma'am. Now, prior to January the 13th of 2014, you did not have any testing on your right ear, is that correct?
I did not.
Now, you would agree with me that, I believe you indicated on direct examination that when you came into the theater, were the previews playing? Is that what you indicated
Yes.
to Mr. Rosenwasser?
Yes,
Okay. And so, do you know, when you came into the theater, how long the previews had already been playing?
I have no idea.
Okay. But you would agree that when you came into the theater, certainly the interior of the theater was pretty dark.
Well, I don't know if you would say pretty dark. I would call it more muted. You could see the seats, you could see people were seated there.
Page 15, lines 9 through 11. Ms. Roy, you remember me taking your deposition?
I do
Back,
not.
March 23rd, 2015.
It's possible. I spoke with so many people right after that. If you say I did it, I did it.
Okay. And you remember March 23rd, 2015 was closer to January 13, 2014
Yes,
than we are today.
this is true.
And do you remember the question that I posed to you? But the interior of the theater is pretty dark. Is that fair to say? You said yes.
Well, to me, pretty dark could be muted, yes.
You would agree that your statement back in 2015 was more accurate because it was closer to the event.
Well, I still think it was muted.
Now, you would also agree that the previews were loud.
Yes, but not as loud as the movie.
Okay.
I mean, I can talk now and it's loud, or I can talk now and it's loud.
And you would agree that the announcement for patrons in that theater to turn off their phones had already been displayed on the screen?
I'm sorry, I don't know what you're trying to tell me.
Okay. You know, in these theaters, they have an announcement,
Yes,
right? It says, turn off your phones, right? Put off your phones, turn off your phones,
okay,
don't text. That announcement had already come on. You remember that announcement, do you not?
yes.
Okay. And so you had put your phone away.
I don't have a phone.
Okay, do your husband have a phone?
No,
Okay. So you're seated there, and you certainly don't hear any commotion whatsoever from Mr. Reeves, who is seated just 3 seats from you.
no, but I could sense motion.
Okay, but you didn't hear anything, correct?
No,
Okay. And had you already turned over to look at Mr. Reeves by that time?
yes, I was in the movie theater and they were having commercials, which you see a million times, so I was looking around.
Okay, so you're in the movie theater, you're seated, the previews are loud, and it's pretty dark. That's the scene that you were in, correct?
Your Honor, I'd object to the characterization of pretty dark. She clarified and indicated it was muted as well.
That's what you were in, that condition, correct?
The movie was not the previews were not as loud as the movie,
Okay.
and I could see things going on in the theater, so it was not completely dark.
You were looking at the previews?
No, I just told you, I was looking around the theater.
You weren't interested in the previews?
Absolutely not.
Okay, and your husband wasn't either?
I have no idea what he was interested in.
Was he talking to you?
No,
Okay. Now, you indicated that you saw Mr. Reeves lean forward, is that correct?
yes,
But you could not tell what was being discussed by Mr. Reeves?
that's true.
And then, what does he do after that? He leans
Mr.
forward, what does he do next?
He stands up to go out the row.
So are you telling this court that he leans forward? How long is he in that position?
5-6 seconds.
Okay, and then he immediately gets up and leaves, is what you're telling this court?
That's the way I remember it.
Okay. Now, you would agree that the aisle, if you're seated in a seat at the Cobb Theater, the aisle in front of you is limited space, correct?
Yes,
Okay. And you would agree that even before Mr. Reeves starts leaving the theater, you had noticed some mumbling going on from patrons that were in the row in front of you. Mumbling.
well, I don't know if it was mumbling, but chattering, yes.
Did you ever tell me in a deposition that it was mumbling?
I really don't remember what I said 8 years ago. I have no idea.
So it could have been mumbling that you
It could have been mumbling, could have been chattering.
Okay. And did you think that because those individuals in front of you were mumbling, that somehow they were mad, those patrons?
No,
Okay. So you see Mr. Reeves start moving in your direction
yes,
to leave the theater.
yes,
And you indicated, I believe, on direct examination, that Mr. Reeves was angry.
yes.
And tell me what it was that gave you the impression at that moment that Mr. Reeves was angry.
He stood up quickly. He had a frown on his face when he was passing in front of me.
Mhm.
He was mumbling. And if you think of Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs, and you see Grumpy, that's what he looked like. That's what it struck me as. So he looked angry to me.
So you're saying that you looked at him and he looked, his facial features were what?
Like a frown.
Like a frown. Okay. And so, in addition to the frown, you say you heard mumbling, is that correct?
That's correct.
Or did you hear what was being mumbled?
I did not.
Now, you would agree that since there's limited space in front of you, if someone gets up and he's walking in that limited space, you're going to say, "Excuse me," right?
I would.
And you certainly wouldn't say, "Excuse me," because the previews are playing and you have patrons all around you. You wouldn't say, "Excuse me." You would, in a very low tone, say, "Excuse me."
I would make direct contact with that person and I would go, "Excuse me."
But what if the individual's just saying, "Excuse me," as he walks by in a low tone?
He was not saying, "Excuse me."
Well, how do you know? You don't know what the mumbling was.
Does not sound like "excuse me."
Okay. Now, Mr. Reeves's wife was right near him, correct?
Yes,
Okay, basically a seat, right?
yes.
And were you looking at her, or were you looking at Mr. Reeves as he was passing by?
Mr. Reeves.
Okay, and so you don't know if she was mumbling?
That's true.
Now, your position also is that as Mr. Reeves was trying to navigate that narrow area in front of your knees, your position is that he wasn't holding the wall or bracing himself against the wall, right?
There was no wall.
There was no wall behind you?
No?
Okay. And I think we've agreed that he didn't step on your toes,
He bumped my foot.
and you don't believe that that was on purpose?
That was not intentional.
Okay. Now, you agree that Mr. Reeves is gone, right? For
Yes.
several minutes, right?
Yeah, 3 to 5, I guess.
Okay.
Something like that.
And as you see him walking up the stairs, walking up normally,
Yes,
and then he sat down, correct?
yes.
And not only did he sit down, but you believe that he spoke to his wife.
I don't remember that.
You want to?
I do not remember that.
Or did you ever tell me that in a deposition that he spoke to his wife at that moment?
I keep telling you, I don't remember the deposition, so I don't remember if he spoke to his wife. It was a long time ago.
Okay. Your position is that you didn't hear him say anything.
I did not.
Now, while Mr. Reeves is saying nothing, it is when Mr. Oulson stands up, right?
Yes,
And tells Mr. Reeves, "You reported me to management."
I did not hear management. I heard you reported me.
You reported me. And you could tell at that moment that Mr. Oulson was not happy.
Well, I suppose not.
In fact, you believe he was angry.
I did not say he was angry. I said he reported me to, you reported me to management.
Did he say that in an angry way?
I don't know Mr. Oulson, so I don't know if for him that was angry. It didn't strike me as angry. It was more like he was annoyed, like, you reported me to management?
So are you telling me that because you don't know Mr. Oulson, you can't tell us when he's angry, but you can look at Mr. Reeves?
Oh, well,
And if he's
Mr. Oulson,
mumbling,
Mr.
you can
Oulson
tell
was
us
not
that Mr. Reeves is
frowning.
angry.
Mr. Oulson was not frowning and mumbling. He was clear spoken, and he said, you reported me.
Okay. Now, certainly that conversation by Mr. Oulson was louder than what you would have expected in a movie theater.
Yes, probably.
And you just indicated that Mr. Oulson's facial features did not indicate to you that he was mad, right? He wasn't frowning or
No,
any of that?
That's true. I did not take him to be angry.
Well, I thought your position was that you couldn't see the facial features of Mr. Oulson because it was too dark.
I told you I could see people.
Is your position that it was too dark and therefore you couldn't see Mr. Oulson's facial features?
I never said that.
Page 35, lines 1.
May we briefly approach?
Yeah.
Ms. Roy, I'm going to direct you back to that deposition that we took on March the 23rd of 2015. Remember that?
I do not.
Okay. Do you remember making...
Your Honor, I would object. She indicated she does not remember.
Okay. Ms. Roy, I'm going to show you a document. I'd like you to read it.
Okay.
Okay? May I put you on? Oulson, you can sit down. I'll bring it to you. Starts here on question. Read this right down here.
Okay.
See right here?
Okay.
You read this already?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Do you remember that?
I don't.
You don't remember it at all?
I do not.
Okay. But you would agree that if you made a statement in a
Your
deposition
Honor, I
back...
would object. This is improper.
I'm going to overrule.
You would agree that if you made a statement in a deposition back in 2015 under oath, that your recollection of the events would have been much better in 2015 than they are in 2022?
If that's what I remembered then, that's what I remembered then. I don't remember it today.
Oh, I realize that, but you would agree that since 2015 is back near the time of the event, your recollection back in 2015 would be a lot better than your recollection in 2022.
Yes.
Now, I think we left off where you indicated to the members of the jury that you did not see Mr. Reeves holding on or bracing himself on the wall when he left,
There was no wall.
right? And then when he came back, you indicated that he came back normally, correct?
Yes.
And he sat down where his wife was, right?
Yes.
Okay. And that's when Mr. Oulson stands up and tells him, "You've turned me in," or something to that effect.
Yes, you
Okay.
reported me.
Now, you didn't hear Mr. Reeves respond to that, did you?
I did not.
And you looked over to Mr. Reeves, did you not?
Yes, I was looking in that area.
Because you thought,
I thought that there was going to be an altercation.
and at that point in time, that you thought that somebody was going to punch somebody, right?
Yes,
Okay, and the only thing you had in front of you at this point in time is that you had Mr. Oulson standing up, right?
yes.
Accusing Mr. Reeves of turning him in, correct?
Well, I don't know if he was accusing him, but he mentioned that, yes.
And you didn't hear anything from Mr. Reeves at all?
I did not.
But you thought that a punch was going to be thrown?
Yes.
In fact, you don't even remember, do you, Mr. Reeves having popcorn in his hand, do you?
Yes, I thought Chad Oulson had the popcorn.
Exactly. You didn't think Mr. Reeves had anything in his hand?
That's right.
Now, clearly to you, that tone that Mr. Oulson said, "You turned me in," was a pretty loud tone,
Loud enough for me to hear it.
and certainly loud enough that you wouldn't expect anybody to have that tone in a theater with the movie previews blaring. Right? Because it had to be over the preview, right?
Well, yes, but I don't think that you have to speak that loud to speak over the previews.
Do you know
And
what-
my husband was sitting right next to me, and he would talk to me, and I heard him.
Do you know what previews were playing?
I have no idea.
Do you remember RoboCop?
I do not.
You remember all these action shoot 'em up?
I do not. I
Previews?
don't pay attention to the previews.
Okay, and so you're telling this court that you also did not see Mr. Oulson going over the back of his seat towards Mr. Reeves?
He did not.
You didn't see him going over the back of his seat once?
Never.
You didn't see him going over the back of the seat twice?
If I didn't see him do it once, I certainly didn't see him do it twice.
And you,
I'd ask that Mr.
my apologies for that, Judge, I did jump the gun a little bit. And you didn't see him going over the back of the seat a third time?
I did not.
And you were a mere couple of seats from Mr. Reeves, correct?
That's true.
And you were facing Mr. Oulson
Yes,
in that darkened theater.
yes.
Now, you scooted out of there pretty quickly because your husband was telling you, let's leave, correct?
I think I was there longer than my husband would have wanted me to be there, but I felt frozen. I was shocked.
I understand. And you went to the concession area?
Yes.
Concession lobby area. And in that concession lobby area, there's a bunch of tables and seats.
Yes,
Is that correct? And there was a large group of individuals that were there with you in that concession area, correct?
yes.
And everybody was talking about what had just happened.
I have no idea.
You didn't hear people chattering about what
I
happened?
heard people talking. I have no idea what they were talking about.
Page 45, lines 13 through 20. Remember the deposition that I took of you in
I do not.
2015?
I do not.
Okay. Let me ask you this question. I'm going to ask you if you remember these questions and answers, okay?
Okay.
Your Honor,
Question.
I would object. I would ask that the statement be shown to the witness who's already indicated that she does not.
I'll be more than glad to do that, Your Honor.
Okay,
May I approach? That's right. It's going to start right here. And it's going to go down to here.
Oh my goodness, I don't remember this. Okay.
Okay. So you had a chance to take a look at this transcript, correct?
Yes,
And does that refresh your recollection about the fact that individuals out there in that concession area were talking about what happened?
apparently so. I do not remember that at all.
Okay. But you would agree with me that if you made that statement in 2015, that your recollection would have been much better in 2015 than it was in 2022?
Yes,
Ms. Roy, do you remember how long you were in that concession stand with all those people talking?
half an hour, 45 minutes, I don't know.
And you certainly never remember any police officer coming to you and telling you, do not talk to anyone in this group about what you heard or saw? You never-
True.
No police officer came to you, 40, 45 people, whatever the number was, in a concession area, and not one single police officer came to you and said, we're going to separate you, I don't want you to talk to anybody, I don't want you to hear what anybody has to say. That never happened.
Your Honor, I'm going to object. I don't remember hearing that there was ever a number of people that was in the concession area. That was just.
Whatever number, Judge, whatever number.
Well, I mean, there's a big difference between 10 and 45.
Miss Roy, how many people do you think were out in the concession area?
I have no idea. I have no idea how many people were in the theater.
Okay. But regardless of you sitting in that concession area, no police officer came to you and said, hey, we're going to separate you, or hey, I don't want you to talk to anybody about what you heard or saw, right? It never
True.
happened. It never happened at all, ever, while you were in that theater, correct?
Correct.
I believe that you indicated on direct examination that you were interviewed by a police officer.
Yes.
And you would agree that that interview was a very, very short interview, correct?
I've never been interviewed by a police officer. I can't tell you if it was long or short.
Hearing 2420. We had a hearing before this very judge back in 2017. You remember the following questions and answers. You had a police officer that interviewed you. You said yes. It's a short interview. You said, I believe so, yes.
Well, that's what I just said. I've never been interviewed by a policeman, so I didn't know if it was long or short.
Well, but you said under oath in 2017 that you believed it was short, correct?
Because I didn't know the difference between a long interview and a short interview.
Let me ask you, in that interview, did this detective ever ask you about any of your disabilities?
No.
Okay. No further questions.
Redirect?
Yes, Your Honor. I know it's been a while, but do you remember if this theater had a Cine Bistro in it, a place where you can eat?
Yes.
And where's that located in reference to where you were sitting? Do you recall?
Oh, the Senate Bistro, that would have been behind us.
Okay, is there a wall or something that separates the
No.
general theater? Let me show you State's Exhibit. Six. May I approach the witness? Looking at State's Exhibit number 6, do you recognize this
Yes, I
photograph?
do.
And what is that a photograph of?
It's the theater. Like, we would have been, wherever the middle is, we would have been right here. And then the Curtis Reeves and his wife would have been here. But there's no wall there.
Okay, this area right here, what is that brown part by it?
That's just, oh, I don't know. Do you call it a wall? I call a wall something that goes straight up. That's just a partition separating the Senate Bistro from this area.
Can I have the witness sit down just for a moment?
Yes. Oh, step.
You might go on that side. Can everybody see if I hold this up here? Okay, you indicated you were in which row?
We would have been in this back row, maybe like sitting here, and then there would have been an empty space, and then it would have been Mrs. Reeves and her husband.
Okay, just somewhere in the middle is what you're saying?
Right. And
Okay.
that's the Senate Bistro back there.
I can't see.
Yeah, those jurors can't see.
I know, you have to stay
You'll
right
have
there.
to, she'll have to sit on this, closer to the side.
Okay. You know what we'll do, maybe we'll do it twice.
Do it again?
Well, now those can't see.
Right, well, I'll do it one time on this side and one time on this side.
Okay, thank you.
Want to move down more?
Just a teeny bit. Okay, so when you were asked the question about whether or not Mr. Reeves had a lien on a wall, what did you take that to mean?
Well, like I know this is a curtain, but that to me would be a wall because it goes straight up.
Okay,
This is just, to me, a divider. So like my husband and I would have been sitting here, there would have been an empty seat, then it would have been Mr. and Mrs. Reeves, and then,
okay, so but the area behind you, you're terming it as a divider?
yes,
Okay, all right,
yeah, but it doesn't look like a wall to me.
okay.
Did you want,
Everybody see it?
No, well, did you all need to see?
I think they're good.
Okay, so both myself and Mr. Escobar are asking you about difficulties on the left side. Because of those difficulties, do you do anything in particular when something is happening on your left side?
Yes, if I want to look at something, I look directly at it.
Okay, so that's how you compensate, is you turn and you look directly at it.
Yes.
You were asked by Mr. Escobar about having your right ear checked. Did you have any difficulty hearing your husband out of your right ear?
No,
Hearing anything out of your right ear?
no.
You were asked about chattering versus mumbling. You remember those questions?
Yes.
Okay. The theater as a whole, how would you characterize that? Chattering or mumbling?
Well, you can hear people that are chattering, you
Okay,
know.
because they're talking to each other.
Yes, so
Okay.
the theater.
Mr. Reeves was mumbling
Yes,
because he was talking to himself.
I thought so.
Do you remember when you were asked about the lighting conditions in the theater, if it was pretty dark or muted? Do you remember that exchange with Mr.
Yes.
Escobar? Okay. May I approach the witness? For defense counsel, hearing 2395. Can you read this exchange? It'll be 1, 2, 3, 4. In this statement that was referred to by defense counsel, did you in fact answer that it was muted?
Yes,
Okay. So it wasn't as if you were, for the first time today, saying muted. Back then, you said it was muted as well.
yes, yes,
Okay. And you clearly can read that here.
yes.
You remember being asked questions about whether or not you could hear what people were talking about when everyone was in the general area of the theater after the shooting.
Yes.
All right, for counsel, this is hearing 2419. May I approach the witness? At a prior time, did you also indicate that you didn't hear what they were talking about?
Right,
Okay, and your quote was, "I didn't hear what they said."
right,
And that's consistent with your testimony today.
yes.
Let's just say, for the sake of argument, you did hear other people talking about it. Did you take other people's statements and make it your own?
No,
Okay, you're testifying to what you observed and what you heard.
yes.
Now, just going back very briefly, when this defendant came back into the theater, he sat down, some time passed, and then you indicated that Mr. Oulson had stood up.
Yeah,
Okay, was
Well-
everything very quick between that time and the time of the shooting?
no,
Maybe, well, did it take about 5 seconds till then for the shooting to take place?
I've been very lenient with leading, but he's leading this witness throughout.
Okay, I'll reword. Between the time that you saw popcorn in the air and the shooting, how much time was that? Between the popcorn and the shooting?
I'm going to say
Almost,
5 or 6 seconds.
okay, we'll go back to the time of the popcorn.
The popcorn went flying. The popcorn didn't have time to come down, and his arm came up. I saw an arm come up.
Okay, so that's what I want to focus on. Between the time of the popcorn and the shooting, was that a very quick period of time?
Yes,
May I have a moment, Your Honor? Nothing further, thank you.
Just very briefly, one question. Ms. Roy, I think you indicated in redirect that divider, you're calling it a divider, it's behind your seat, correct? Okay. And so are you telling the ladies and gentlemen of the jury that you never saw Mr. Reeves as he was exiting in front of you and out the theater, that he wasn't holding on or bracing himself on the divider?
I don't believe that wall was high enough for anybody to brace themselves on.
So you didn't see it? You didn't see him doing that?
He didn't do it.
He didn't do it? Okay. No further questions.
May this witness be released?
She may be released, but we're going to keep her on standby.
Okay. Ms. Roy, you're free to go for now, but just if you should get a phone call about coming back, you'll need to come back, okay?
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
Can we do another witness before lunch? Okay. Jury okay, or do you need a short break? Anybody?
Be okay?
Okay, if you need a break, just holler anytime throughout the trial. I've been meaning to remind you that. Just, we can take a break quickly, so. All right, call your next witness, please.
Angela Hamilton?
Turn and face the clerk and raise your right hand.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you shall give in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead, Mr. Rezumalta.
All right, thank you, Your Honor. All right, good morning. Can you please state your first and last name and spell them both for the court reporter?
Angela Hamilton, ANGELAHAMILTON,
Okay, and you don't have to tell us exactly where you live, but what city do you live in?
Bushnell.
I'm going to turn your attention back to January 13th of 2014. Were you working during that period of time?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and where were you working?
For the school system,
Okay, and what did you do with the school system?
I was a lab manager.
January 13th of 2014, was that a Monday?
Yes, sir.
The day before, which obviously is a Sunday, were you not feeling very well?
I wasn't.
Because of that, what did you do?
I called in for Monday.
Meaning you called in sick?
Yes, sir.
Now, back January 13th of 2014, and I'm sure it's the same now, who were you living with?
My husband, Alan.
All right, and I don't mean it to sound like somehow there's a divorce or something, but you're still married.
Yes, sir.
All right, and what did he do for a living?
He was a corporal with Sumter County Sheriff's Department.
Had he worked on that Sunday as well?
Yes, sir. He worked Sunday night.
Okay, did he work on Monday?
No.
So you called into work, and did you have Monday off now?
Yes.
Did you and your husband make any plans on that Monday?
Yes, after he came home and slept for a little while.
Okay, because he had worked the late shift.
Yes, sir.
What were the plans that you made?
We planned to go to the movies.
Okay. Is there any particular theater that you normally go to?
Sometimes in the villages,
Okay, so is it split between the villages and where?
Wesley Chapel,
Okay.
Grove.
On January 13th, 2014, which theater did you choose to go to?
Wesley Chapel.
Any particular reason? What movie were you going to see?
Lone Survivor.
All right, do you recall approximately what time it was that movie was going to start?
Shortly after 1.
When you got to the movies, was it just you and your husband?
Yes, sir.
Did you purchase tickets there?
Yes, sir.
After you purchased the tickets, do you remember if you went to the concession area or not?
We stopped and got drinks.
Okay. Did you then go into the theater?
Yes, sir.
All right, when you walked into the theater, do you remember whether or not the previews were playing yet?
Something was playing, not the movie.
Okay. Let's talk about the lighting conditions when you entered. How would you describe the lighting conditions?
It was still lit.
Okay. Now, when you say lit, were all of the house lights on, meaning it was fully lit?
No, sir.
Okay. Had the actual movie, meaning Lone Survivor, had that started yet?
No, sir.
Okay. So it wasn't dark as if the movie had started?
No, sir.
All right, somewhere in between.
Yes, sir.
When you went into the theater and you turned around to look where you're going to sit, do you and your husband generally sit in a specific area inside a theater?
Yes, sir.
And where is that?
As far back as possible.
Okay. So when you say as far back as possible, meaning if you can in the last row?
Yes, sir.
Did you sit in the last row on this particular day?
Yes, sir.
When you turned around to look at the theater to go to where you were going to sit, could you see seats?
Yes, sir.
Could you see the rows?
Yes, sir.
Could you see the aisle?
Yes, sir.
Could you see people, like actual people sitting in the seats?
Yes, sir.
Could you see what they were doing?
Yes, sir.
May I approach with State's Exhibit number 6?
You may.
Actually, may I have the witness step down?
She may.
Your Honor, I don't, but if we can just approach her, please.
Some of the jurors are having a hard time hearing her. She's going to ask to speak into the mic.
Okay.
Okay.
May I
Thank
have
you.
your position, Your Honor?
Yes,
Thank you.
May I have the witness step down briefly?
you may.
Can everybody see? All right, let me use this fancy pointer I'm beginning. Okay. Your call where you were in the theater.
Yes, sir.
Just generally speaking, can you show the members of the jury where you were? Okay, so at the back row and then facing, I guess, the Cinebistro area up to the right.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, between the time that you sat down, and eventually we're going to be talking about a shooting, were the lighting conditions the same?
Yes, sir.
Let's talk about the volume. When you sat down, how would you describe the volume of what was on the screen?
I mean, it was playing, but you could still have conversations.
Okay, did you have any difficulty hearing your husband?
No, sir.
Could you hear other people talking?
You could hear conversations. You couldn't hear specifically what they were saying.
Okay, and were you paying attention to specifically what they were saying?
No, sir.
Is that the reason why you didn't know what they were saying?
Yes, sir.
But it was loud enough to hear a conversation?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And could you hear conversations and see other people that were 5, 6, 10 seats away?
Yes, sir.
Didn't have any difficulty seeing them?
No, sir.
Now, you indicated your husband was a deputy.
Yes, sir.
Did he have a firearm?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did he bring the firearm into the theater?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did you hold it for him?
I did not hold it. He put it in my purse.
Okay. And what was the reason for that?
He just took it out of his holster to lean back and get comfortable.
Now, eventually there was a shooting, correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you later on find out the names of the people that were involved?
Yes, sir.
Okay. The person that did the shooting, what did you learn his name was?
Curtis Reeves.
And the person that was shot, did you learn his name?
Chad Oulson.
All right. Did you know either of those people before January 13th?
No, no, sir.
Okay. So when we refer to them by name, it's just to make it easy for everyone to follow. You learned that later on.
Yes, sir.
In relation to you, where was the defendant Curtis Reeves sitting? Was he in the same row?
Yes, sir.
And to your right or to your left?
To my right.
Were they more towards the middle?
Yes, sir.
The person that was shot, you indicated that was Chad Oulson?
Yes, sir.
Where was he? Was he also in your row or a different row?
He was in a different row.
Okay, which row was he in?
This row in front of us.
Did you note whether or not there was anyone with Chad Oulson?
There was a female with him.
Did you later learn who she was?
Yes, sir.
And who was that?
His wife.
Now, at some point in time while you're sitting in the theater, does something turn your attention to the right? Something that you see or something that you hear?
Something that I see.
Okay, what is it that first brings your attention to your right towards the middle of the theater?
I seen a gentleman get up and walk out.
Okay, and did you later find out who that person was?
Yes, sir.
And who was it?
Mr. Reeves.
Okay. Do you know why he got up and walked out?
No, sir.
Okay, you didn't have any knowledge about what was going on at that point in time.
No, sir.
At some point, did you see Mr. Reeves return?
Yes, sir.
Did you watch him the entire time?
No, sir.
You just know he came back into the theater.
Yes, sir.
After he came back into the theater, did you pay attention to the middle of the theater, or did you watch the previews again?
I went back to watching the previews.
Okay. Did something direct your attention away from the previews?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what was that?
The gentleman in front of him stood up.
Okay, so that would be Mr. Oulson?
Yes, sir.
And were you looking at Mr. Oulson, or was it just something that caught your eye?
It was just something that caught my eye.
Okay. And once it caught your eye, did you look in that direction?
Yes, sir.
Did you hear or see anything at that time when you looked over?
Mr. Oulson said something that he was texting his daughter.
Okay. Now, when he said that, which direction was he facing?
The gentleman in the row towards Mr. Reeves.
Okay, so Mr. Oulson was facing Mr. Reeves when you made a comment about texting?
Yes, sir.
Okay, do you remember if there was, and I'm not going to say the word, but an F word in there?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's what you heard.
Yes, sir.
After you saw Mr. Oulson stand up, what's the next thing that you see?
Popcorn fly.
Okay. Was that pretty quick after he stood up?
Yes, sir.
When you saw the popcorn fly, what was the next thing you saw?
Immediately after you heard the gunshot and saw the flash.
Okay, so going in an order, you saw Mr. Oulson stand up and face Mr. Reeves, the defendant,
Yes, sir.
said something
Yes,
about
sir.
texting his daughter.
Yes, sir.
Immediately after that, popcorn,
Yes, sir.
and then immediately after that, the shooting.
Yes, sir.
At any time, did you see Mr. Oulson literally climb over into what would be your row?
No, sir.
Did you ever see him taking his fist back and punching the
No.
defendant?
No, sir.
Did you ever hear him threatening, I'm going to kick your butt, and I mean the A word, but I'm not saying it, I'm going to, threats to that extent?
No, sir.
Did you ever hear the defendant yelling and screaming and exclaiming as if he was being attacked?
No, sir.
Did you ever see a life and death struggle occurring before any shot fired?
No, sir.
Did you ever hear the defendant yelling, no, 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 or whoa, 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 or anything like that?
No, sir.
Did you see any objects go flying across the movie theater? Okay, not talking about the popcorn, but any other objects before that?
No, sir.
Okay. Did you ever hear the defendant exclaim anything as if he was hit by an object?
No, sir.
Did you ever see the defendant react as if he was just hit by something and he was incredibly injured?
No, sir.
At the time the shot was fired, do you recall what Chad Oulson's wife, Nicole, was doing?
She was there, but I don't recall exactly what she was doing.
After Mr. Oulson was shot, did you see what happened?
Yes, sir.
Okay, let's first focus on Mr. Oulson. Did you see what he did?
I did not focus on where exactly he walked to, but he eventually fell to the ground.
Okay. After the shooting, did you look at the defendant?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Tell the jury what you saw him doing.
I walked over there to stand by my husband, and he was leaned back in the chair, rubbing his face and his head and his eyes.
Okay. And did your husband get up?
Yes,
Okay. And when was it in time, approximately, that your husband got up?
immediately when the popcorn flew and the gunshot, he got up and walked over there.
Okay, so after the gunshot is when he went over?
Yes,
All right. Did you have an opportunity to watch a video prior to testifying?
yes,
Okay. And did you see your husband getting up in that video and going over?
yes.
When your husband went over to the defendant, did he take any objects from him?
Yes, sir.
Do you know what that object was?
His gun.
Okay, when you say his gun, the defendant's gun?
Yes, sir.
Right. At some point in time, did your husband give that gun to a sergeant or someone with the sheriff's office?
Yes, sir.
Did you see Mrs. Oulson after that?
I didn't focus in on her. She was still in the theater.
Do you know what she was doing?
I could hear her
What did you-
crying.
Okay. Did there come a point in time when deputies from the sheriff's office arrived?
Yes,
Were you in the theater when that happened?
yes.
Did paramedics come?
Yes, I didn't focus in or see them,
Okay,
but I'm assuming, yes.
all right. Did there come a point in time when you were told to go to a specific area of the theater because there was going to be an investigation?
Yes,
Were you given a blank form? Sometimes people refer to these as written statements.
yes,
Did you fill out a written statement?
yes, sir.
Were you given any instructions on how much or how little to put in there?
No, sir.
Did you just put in the information that you thought was relevant for you?
Yes, sir.
Did there come a point in time on that particular day that a detective interviewed you as well?
Yes, sir.
Did you talk to other people about what you observed?
No, sir.
What you're testifying to, is that what you personally heard and what you personally observed?
Yes, sir.
When you gave your statement to the detective, was your husband in the room?
Yes, sir.
Did your husband help you in any way to give that statement?
No, sir.
Did he look at you, give you any funny looks like you're crazy, that's not what happened?
No, sir.
Were you in the room with him when he gave his statement?
No, sir.
Were you happy he was in the room with you?
Yes, sir.
And why is that?
Just comfort.
With respect to other patrons in the theater, were they kind of spread out when they were filling out the written statements?
Yes, sir.
Were you paying attention to what other people were saying or doing or anything like that?
No, sir.
May I have a moment, Your Honor? I don't have any further questions, thank you.
Thank you. Cross?
heard you testify to was that you worked for the school system? Is
Yes,
that
sir.
right?
Yes,
Okay,
sir.
The public school system.
Yes, sir.
And I guess that you called in sick for Monday?
Yes, sir.
You actually did that via an app on Sunday night.
Yes, sir.
The reason I asked that, because the Monday we're talking about was the Monday you were out sick from school.
Yes, sir.
And the reason I'm asking that, because I want to know if you were suffering from some kind of illness that prevented you from seeing clearly,
No, sir.
okay, or hearing clearly,
No, sir.
or affected you in any way.
No, sir.
Okay, but you called in sick and you were at the theater with your husband.
Yes, sir.
Now, I know you had your husband's gun in your purse,
His gun was in my purse, yes.
and that's because he carries it behind him, right, when he's off duty?
Yes, sir.
Okay, he didn't want to lean on it.
Yes, sir.
Certainly, it wasn't in your purse because you have a carry and concealed firearm license,
No, sir.
but your husband did bring his gun to the theater.
Yes, sir.
That's because when he's off duty, that's his habit, that's what he does.
Yes, sir.
One of the things your husband does is that you sat in the rear row of the theater, right?
Yes, sir.
And what your husband does, because he's an off-duty police officer, because he's trained law enforcement, when you go to restaurants, he likes to sit in the back so he can see everything.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and that's kind of his habit, and now, by marriage, your habit as well.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, when you got to the theater, it was dark, but not as dark as when the movies are playing.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And when you sat down, the previews were actually playing.
Previews or advertisements? Yes, sir.
And you were there when the sign came on, please turn off your cell phones.
Yes, sir.
Now, while you were there watching the previews, you heard a person talking to another person that distracted you, right?
Yes, sir.
And that person was, we came to know him as Mr. Oulson.
Yes, sir.
And the voice was loud. That person was raising his voice, right?
He was louder than a normal conversation. Yes, sir.
Well, the previews were loud, right?
You could still have conversations, but yes,
But you could hear Mr. Oulson's voice over the previews.
he was closer to, yes, sir.
And what you heard Mr. Oulson say is something to the effect of, I am texting my effing daughter.
Yes, sir.
Now, Mr. Oulson's voice was raised. We've already agreed with that, right?
It was louder than normal, yes.
Well, it wasn't a normal speaking voice.
No, sir.
I mean, could you agree with me when somebody usually uses the F word while talking to somebody else, it's usually somebody who's agitated, right?
Yes, sir.
And so in this case, the voice was raised, right?
Louder than normal, yes, sir.
And it was agitated.
Yes, sir.
You only heard one voice. You only heard Mr. Oulson's voice.
Yes, sir.
You didn't hear Mr. Reeves.
No, sir.
And when you first, that voice caught your attention, you looked to your right, right?
Yes, sir.
You saw a tall man standing.
Oh, yes, sir.
And that turned out to be Mr. Oulson.
Yes, sir.
Now, that tall man was standing, and he was facing Mr. Reeves.
Yes, sir.
So this man was agitated and angry, right?
Agitated, yes.
Okay. He was using the F word,
Yes, sir.
and he was in a movie theater, but with his back towards the movie screen,
Yes, sir.
standing up, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, there was a woman next to Mr. Oulson that later became known to you as Mrs. Oulson.
Yes, sir.
Now, you remember that Mrs. Oulson was not looking at the movie screen, but instead was looking at her husband, Mr. Oulson, right?
Yes, sir.
And this tall man wasn't just standing up, he was actually leaning towards the man in the back row.
He was leaning forward.
Okay, so he wasn't just standing straight up and down?
He was standing straight up and leaning forward slightly, yes.
Okay. When you saw this, you became alarmed.
Yes, sir.
When you saw what you saw and you heard what you heard, you became so alarmed that you actually nudged your husband,
Yes, sir.
the off-duty deputy, to get his attention because you were concerned about what was going on.
I could tell that there was people talking, so I nudged his to get his attention in that direction, yes.
And you heard another statement by Mr. Oulson, right? You heard a statement to the effect of, a statement that contained the words, "a rude old man."
Yes, sir.
And that was raised and agitated as well.
If I wrote it in there, I'd,
Now, you told the prosecutor that you really didn't know what Mrs. Oulson was doing, but you told me, you know, number one, that she was looking at her husband.
she was in, next to him, yes.
But I mean, looking at him as opposed to facing the movie screen, not paying attention to him. I mean, she was looking at him, watching what he's doing, right? Is that right?
Yes.
Now, you got the impression that Mrs. Oulson was trying to get Mr. Oulson to leave,
I kind of got that impression, yes.
like pulling him to get out of there, right?
I don't know that I ever seen her pulling him, but I just got the impression that they were going to go sit somewhere else.
And it was Mrs. Oulson that was trying to get Mr. Oulson to leave.
I just assumed that they were going to go sit somewhere else.
And when you say assume, you know, in this sort of arena, it's a dangerous thing, right?
I'm sorry.
So let's talk about what you saw. Number one, we already know you saw Mr. Oulson standing up, leaning slightly into the rope. I haven't, okay. Leaning forward, agitated, loud, making at least two statements, one with the F-bomb. Mrs. Oulson was looking at him. Tell me physically what you saw that made you assume that they were going to leave, or that Mrs. Oulson was trying to get Mr. Oulson to leave?
When she started standing up,
Okay. So she seemed to you like she was trying to coax him out of there?
that they were going to leave.
Okay. Now, you hear Mr. Oulson, you hear Mr. Reeves exclaim, "You're not going to do this," then the gun goes off, right?
Yes, sir.
After it's over, you go with your husband to where Mr. Reeves is. He has the gun on his leg, right?
I didn't initially walk over where my husband was.
Okay, you waited till your husband got over there and made sure everything was safe.
I tried to call 911, but I had no service. So when I couldn't get through to 911, I walked over to where he was.
Okay, and so afterwards, Mr. Reeves expresses that he hopes that Mr. Oulson's going to be all right, right?
Yes.
You didn't hear Mr. Reeves say anything about popcorn, right?
About what?
Throwing popcorn or anything like that. Mr. Reeves never said that.
Not right now that I remember hearing.
Okay. And you certainly didn't write in your statement, right?
Okay.
You didn't give it in the interview. So, I mean, at this point as you're sitting here, do you remember somehow that Mr. Reeves said that?
No, sir.
Okay. Because he didn't say that, right?
I don't know if he did or not.
You were standing very close to him after this happened, right? Within a few seats, you could hear what everybody was saying, right?
There was a lot going on and people moving and just looking at other stuff.
Okay. But you heard Mr. Reeves talk about,
Objection, hearsay.
Response? You want to approach?
sure. Mr. Reeves expressed concern for Mr. Oulson,
Yes, sir.
but at no time did you hear Mr. Reeves utter the words, "throw popcorn at me," right?
No, sir.
Or anything having to do with the word popcorn in it, period.
Not that I heard him say no.
Thank you. No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you. Redirect?
Yes, Your Honor, may I have a moment just to find something?
You may.
Were you sitting right next to this defendant?
No, sir.
Right, were there people between you and this defendant?
Yes, sir.
Okay. At the time of the shooting, were you where the defendant was, or were you in your seat?
In my seat.
Okay. Who went over to the defendant first?
My husband.
And that was after the shooting.
Yes, sir.
Did you go behind your husband at some point?
Yes, sir.
And had the shooting been over already?
Yes, sir.
So it's possible that you may not have heard what the defendant stated immediately after the shooting.
Yes, sir.
You were asked questions about Mr. Oulson standing and then leaning.
Yes, sir.
Was his entire body, meaning really his whole body, leaning over as if to attack the defendant?
No, sir.
Then you testified on cross-examination that he was standing, but he was just kind of leaning.
Yes, sir.
Okay, would that be, I mean, the way that I just moved, would that be an example of just leaning?
Yes, sir.
Now, do you recall why it was that you thought they were leaving the theater?
I don't recall. I just,
Would it refresh your memory if I showed you a previous statement? May I approach the witness? Yes, it's, I think it's the deposition, page 26.
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Lines, it's like 17 to the end of the page.
Your Honor, I didn't hear the question. I apologize.
If she recalled why it was that she felt as though they were leaving. May I approach the witness?
What was her answer? She did not recall?
Correct, and then I asked if it would refresh her memory if she looked at a statement. If you could read this is page 26, just read the entire block. See if that refreshes your memory about why you believe that they were leaving the theater. Does that refresh your memory?
yes, sir.
Okay, so what was it about Nicole Oulson that led you to believe that they were possibly going to leave the theater?
She had her purse.
Okay, so in other words, you didn't see her standing in front of Chad and waving and screaming. It was because you believe she had her purse with her.
Yes.
And I think you testified to this with Mr. Michaels. You were making an assumption.
Yes.
Okay, so you don't know for sure, that's just what you're guessing, so to speak.
Yes, sir.
May I have a moment, Your Honor? I don't have any further questions. Thank you.
Thank
Can you just follow up?
Go ahead.
All right. Now, Mr. Rosenwasser bent a little bit at the waist and asked you if you know, that's how far Mr. Oulson was over, right?
Yes, sir.
When you're talking about distance, are you talking about somebody that's Mr. Rosenwasser's height, my height, or Mr. Oulson's height?
I don't remember exactly how tall he was. I just knew he was taller than his wife.
Okay. Now, the prosecutor talked to you about a prior statement you made, which was a deposition you gave, remember?
Yes, sir.
And you got to read that page that he showed you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, you told us that Mrs. Oulson had her purse on her shoulder, right?
I don't remember it to this day, but if that's what the statement says,
Well, do you need your recollection refreshed? Would it help you to read it?
I read it.
Okay. So you remember you said that? It was
Yes,
on her
sir.
shoulder? Excuse me?
Was it in her hand or on her shoulder?
Here, let me let you look at this again. Sounds like you're a little confused. Page 26. Same page. May I approach, Your Honor? All right. It's towards that bottom part.
It was on her shoulder.
Okay. So your testimony then was it was on her shoulder.
Yes, sir.
And in terms of her hands, you don't know where they were.
No, sir.
So you don't know if they were trying to hold him back, right?
I did not see, I feel it, I did not see her holding him back.
Well, you don't know where her hands were, though. Do you?
I could see him though.
Okay.
And
Do you
I-
know if her hands were around his waist?
No, sir.
Do you know if her hand was reaching up, tapping him?
Check, this is beyond the scope.
I'll overrule.
Did you see her hand reaching up, tapping him? Her left hand?
No, sir.
No further questions. Thank you, Your Honor.
Anything further? You may.
I just ask a few questions based on Mr. Michaels' questions.
Okay.
You indicated that you did have an opportunity to see Mr. Oulson standing
Yes.
and popcorn flying and then the shot.
Yes, sir.
Objection leading.
Did you see at any point Nicole Oulson in front of Chad Oulson?
No, sir.
I don't have any further questions.
Thank you. May this witness be released?
She is on standby but may be released.
Okay. Ms. Hamilton, you're free to go, but if you get a call to come back, I need you to come back, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a perfect time for a lunch break. Remember my instructions during the recess, no research, no talking about the case amongst yourselves or with anyone else. You can leave your notes in your seat. And again, if you're going out to lunch, just go straight out. My reason for that, I'm trying to avoid you guys milling about in the courtroom where there's witnesses and folks. So that's my purpose for that. So let's be back at 1 o'clock and we'll get started then. Any questions? Y'all good? All right, we'll see you back at 1 o'clock. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Ready to see?
All right, we need to address a juror issue real quick. Juror number 9 has a very sick wife, so we need to see, I need to talk to him. He mentioned it to the bailiff, so we'll inquire. Bring him in. Yeah, bring him in first. Hey, number 9, you can have a seat. My bailiff indicates we got something going on.
Yeah, something just popped up as far as my wife is concerned. I just wanted to know more or less. I mean, we're trying to work around this.
Uh-huh,
It's not a dire matter, it's just urgent.
uh-huh.
So, it was just a matter of like, I don't want to impose, but at least if I'm out of here by 5, I should be able to be with her
Okay.
by 5:30 or something, if it's possible, I'm not sure.
If, yeah, is it something that you need to go immediately?
No, I spoke to her and she's managing it.
Okay,
So if anything, I can meet her there.
Uh-huh.
Or if she's capable of waiting for me,
okay,
then we can drive. No
okay,
problem.
and then you'll go.
It's something that we're able to manage. It's just that unfortunately, we were nursing it at home. We thought everything was gonna be fine, but it's not. It got a little bit out of hand, so now that's why we have to go.
Okay, so it's an issue that you've been dealing with prior to today,
Yeah.
but it's getting a little.
It escalated today, unfortunately.
Okay, so, all right, if, I'm not, I mean, certainly we will do our best to accommodate you by 5 o'clock, maybe even a little earlier today if that, but, if that's, if we can accommodate, like I said, are you gonna be able to concentrate
Yes.
for the rest of the day?
Yes.
Okay, all right, and we'll certainly do our best. And we'll readdress it as the afternoon gets a little later. Also, we'll certainly be taking breaks, and you can check
Yes.
and see, you know, if you
Yes.
need to leave suddenly. If you do, you do.
Okay.
So it is what it is. So just keep us posted, and we'll take our usual regular breaks, and we'll know a little better as we get started how our afternoon's gonna go with witnesses, okay?
No
You
problem.
kinda get a feel, you know, we'll quit when a witness is done,
Yeah.
and hopefully we'll be at a good spot, all right?
Awesome. Thank you
All
for
right.
your consideration and thank you for all
Okay,
this.
absolutely, and like I said, if during one of the breaks you need to go,
Okay.
just call it, we're good, you
Okay.
know, and we appreciate the time you've been here, but, or if you begin to not be able to concentrate, just let me know, and we'll take care of it, okay?
Not a problem. Thank you so
All right.
much.
Thank you, number 9. You can probably go in your regular seat. Okay. All right. Yeah, we'll deal with it as we need to.
May I just take up a matter with the Madam Clerk while they're coming in?
Uh-huh. Thank you, Deputy. Ladies and gentlemen, were you all able to abide by my instructions during the recess? All right, then we'll get started. Mr. Martin?
Yes, Your Honor. State calls Alan Hamilton.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you shall give in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Can you see me?
Yeah, is that one sinking low too?
Yes, ma'am.
You want to see if you can pick it up a little bit?
So there's a handle on the side.
Yeah. Those darn things, I have the same trouble over here.
Yeah, I'm vertically challenged, so
All right, good
yeah, I
deal.
think that'll work.
Go ahead, Mr. Martin.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Would you state your first and last name for the court reporter? Would you spell the name, your last name?
Alan Hamilton, Hamilton.
Mr. Hamilton, what city do you live in?
Bushnell.
Are you retired?
Yes, sir.
Retired from the Sumter County Sheriff's Office?
Yes, sir.
What year did you retire?
2019.
Now, on January 13th, 2014, were you a sworn deputy with the Sumter County Sheriff's Office?
Yes, sir.
A certified law enforcement officer?
Yes, sir.
And pursuant to that certification and authorization through the Sumter County Sheriff's Office, you were assigned a firearm
Yes, sir.
and allowed to carry the firearm,
Yes, sir.
not only on duty but off duty?
Yes, sir.
On January 13th, 2014, did you and your wife have an occasion to go to the Cobb Theater at 6333 Wesley Grove Boulevard in Wesley Chapel, Florida?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what is your wife's name, first name?
Angela.
Angela?
Yes, sir.
Was that something that was planned or spur of the moment?
Spur of the moment.
Did you arrive there in the afternoon?
Yes, sir.
While driving there or before you got there, did you decide what movie you wanted to see?
Once we got there, we decided what we wanted
You
to
looked
see.
at the choices
Yes, sir.
and made a choice.
Yes, sir. Made a
What
choice.
choice was that?
Boy, lost my,
Well, I won't say the name, but was Mark Wahlberg in it?
yes, sir.
Okay,
Wow. Just lost my train of thought.
all right. Did you see a movie that day?
Yes, sir.
Was it a military kind of movie?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Lone survivor, yeah.
I was just going to move on.
No, I wasn't trying to, I just lost my train of, yeah, we're gonna, sorry about that.
All right. All right. And did you go into a movie theater that had a cinema bistro in it?
Yes, sir.
And do you recall that as being Theater 10?
Yes, sir.
What I'd like to do is, after you purchased your tickets, did you buy anything at the concession?
Yes, sir.
After you went through the lobby, went through the concession, made your way to Theater 10, you go up the ramp, I'm going to take you to that point, then we're going to discuss where you went, okay?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right. So we're in there and we're up the ramp and we go in and now we have the theater with the screen and the bistro, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. As you come in, tell us what the lighting conditions were when you came in.
You can still see, but are low.
They were low?
Yes, sir.
All right. Could you see other patrons had already taken their seats?
Yes, sir.
Could you see the aisles to walk down?
Yes, sir.
When you walked in, was there anything playing on the movie screen?
Not that I recall. If it was, it would have been commercials.
Commercials to make you hungry to go eat, something like that?
Correct.
Okay. Any type of music playing along with those?
No, sir.
Okay. When you came in and you looked around, did you and your wife make a choice where you wanted to go?
Yes, sir.
And do you have a particular area when you go to the movies that you would like to sit in?
Yes, sir.
Where is that?
Higher ground.
Higher ground?
Yes, sir.
All right. In the middle or close to an aisle?
Close to an aisle.
Okay. Did you in fact have an opportunity, and were those types of seats that you'd like to sit in available when you entered?
Yes, sir.
Now, as you walk in, and if you'll pretend this is the movie screen and this is the bistro.
Okay.
All right, so as I turn my back, and then now I'm looking where the bistro is,
Right.
did you sit on my right or my left?
If I'm looking at it would have been your right.
Okay,
Yes, sir.
so you walked up the aisles that would be on that side of the theater.
Yes, sir.
Did you go all the way up to the top, to the middle, where'd you go?
To the top.
At the bistro, is there a partition there that won't allow the general seating to go into the bistro?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us, was the seat that you took up against that partition or below that?
It was up against the partition.
As far as the location of your seat, was it one next to the aisle or in?
It was one in.
One in?
Yes, sir.
Now, if we're one in, if this is the aisle right here, okay? One in, are you the next one in, or is your wife the next one in?
I would be the next one in, and then my wife.
All right. Now, while you were sitting there, we're going to talk about once you took your seats. Once you took your seats with the lighting from the house lights, if you will, which you said were low, along with whatever ambient light comes into the theater from what's up on the screen. Could you see other people coming in?
Yes, sir.
Could you determine whether or not they were male or female?
Yes, sir.
Could you tell at a certain distance whether or not their hair was long or short?
Yes, sir.
The people that were already seated when you walked in under those lighting conditions, could you see movement of the people like an arm movement, eating snacks or turning their bodies? Could you see that kind of movement?
Yes, sir.
Did you have an occasion to speak with your wife once you sat down within the first 2 or 3 minutes?
Yes, sir.
Were you able to carry on a normal level conversation, maybe not as loud as I'm talking right now, but a normal conversation with your wife that you two could hear each other?
Yes, sir.
Okay. When you came in, there was commercials. There comes a point in time when previews come on. Here's what's happening next at that point, when those previews come on, did you notice a change in the lighting? The house lights?
Yes, sir.
All right. Did they go up or down from when you first came in?
They went down.
All right. Now, the English language is what we have. Pretty means a lot to different people. You know, pretty is what you think it is. That's just an example. So when we try to describe the lighting as to dark, dim, pretty dark, whatever you can see. So let's not do that. Let's just talk about what you could see, all right?
Yes, sir.
Because it doesn't matter. Just what can you see? So when those lights change, whatever the level you want to describe it, let's talk about what you could see.
Yes, sir.
All right. When those lights change to that different level, could you still see your wife next to you?
Yes, sir.
Could you see people seated in their seats 2 or 3, 4 rows in front of you?
Yes, sir.
Could you see people walking in from the little hallway that's there when you first come in? Could you see people walking down in front of the screen?
Yes, sir.
Could you see people walking up the aisles?
Yes, sir.
When you saw the people seated in their seat, could you see movements from at least their shoulders, arm movements, head movements, turn? Maybe
Yes.
not what their legs were doing, but
Right.
you could
Yes,
still
sir.
see that.
Yes, sir.
When you look to your right, could you see people to your right beyond where your wife was seated?
Yes, sir.
All right. Could you see the individuals all the way down to the other aisle?
Yes, sir.
All right. Let's talk about the level of sound, all right? Again, when people try to describe things, pretty loud, some yelling, you know, the words, let's talk about what you could hear.
Okay.
Whatever level was, this is what you could hear.
Okay.
Okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, so let's talk about that. Whatever the change in level of sound was, my questions to you is, could you and your wife carry on a normal conversation between the two of you?
Yes, sir.
Were you able to hear words being spoken or actually know what the words were being said 2-3 rows in front of you from the other people in front? Could you hear them?
I can hear them. I can hear
Okay.
the voice
You could hear people talking?
talking.
All right. Were you able to pick up and understand exactly the entire topic of the conversation?
No, sir.
But you know that words were being spoken?
Yes, sir.
All right. During this event, did you later learn that Mr. and Mrs. Oulson were shot in the theater?
Yes, sir.
Later. Did you later learn the gentleman sitting behind them and his wife was Mr. and Mrs. Reeves?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to refer to, from now on, as those individuals. You know where they were in relation to the theater.
Yes, sir.
All right, so that's what we're going to do. When you first came into the theater and sat down, did you see Mr. and Mrs. Reeves sitting in the same row that you were?
No, sir.
Did you see them walk into the theater and take their seat?
No, sir.
The same questions about Mr. and Mrs. Oulson. Once you sat down, did you see Mr. and Mrs. Oulson seated, if you recall?
No, sir.
All right. Did you see them walk in?
No, sir.
All right. Were you watching the commercials?
Yes, sir.
Watching the previews?
Yes, sir.
All right. Prior to January 13th of 2014, had you ever met Mr. and Mrs. Oulson?
No, sir.
Had you ever met Mr. and Mrs. Reeves?
No, sir.
I want to direct your attention now to the event that we're here about, okay? So let me start where you had that snapshot of what took place.
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, you were watching the previews.
Yes, sir.
Occasionally, would you look around?
Yes, sir.
And occasionally you look back?
Yes, sir.
So that's what I mean by a snapshot. Your vision is not like an eagle where you take everything, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. So, but you were looking around. And what,
I'm gonna object again, I've been reading, but he's testifying. It's leading, it's improper and direct.
okay. All right. Do you have eyes like an eagle?
No, sir.
Can you see with 20/20 vision out to your peripheral?
No, sir.
In order to do that, do you have to look around?
Yes, sir.
All right. Very good. While the previews are playing, at some point your attention is drawn to an event. How is your attention drawn to that event?
My wife said you probably need to pay attention to this.
Once you heard those words, what did you do?
I sat up in my seat.
Okay, when you say sat up, what does that mean to you?
I moved basically my entire body and still sitting towards the front of the seat.
So you was
I scooted forward, yes, sir.
okay. Was when you're sitting in your seat, was that your attention directed to your right or to your left?
To my right.
Was it directed towards the area where you now know that Mr. and Mrs. Reeves were and Mr. and Mrs. Oulson were?
Yes, sir.
Once you directed your attention to that area, did you take your eyes off that area?
No, sir.
When you looked in that area, We're going to go step by step. First look, what did you see?
I seen Mr. Oulson propped up on a chair. In the row, which would have been in front of us, but further down to my right again.
May the witness step down.
We do
Now,
that.
when you step down, we talk about, what words mean.
Yes.
Let's get a visual. All right, let me do this. You have to speak from here?
Yes.
When you saw Mr. Oulson, could you see his feet on the floor?
No, sir.
From what part of his body up could you see?
About the waist up.
All right, so we're not, where his feet were, you have no idea?
No, sir.
The only thing we're going to talk about, waist up.
Correct.
You mentioned, and let's pretend that this is a theater seat, and that this seat does, when you stand up, it does flip up. I know it's not, okay? But what I'd like you to do, so this isn't in the way, just pretend the seat's right here.
Okay.
All right? So go ahead and face the jury. Now, you would be over here looking this way, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. You indicated that you saw Mr. Oulson propped up.
Yes, sir.
If you can, demonstrate what, for the jury, what you mean by propped up.
He was propped.
All right. From that position, what did you see? What did you see happen next? He's propped, what did you see next?
I seen a flick of popcorn, and within just a second, I seen a muzzle blast and sound of a firearm.
While in that position, did you see the arm of Mr. Oulson?
Yes, sir.
All right. When you say a flick, what do you mean by that?
Just a quick movement of the hand.
All right. Before you saw that flick of popcorn, was anything said by Mr. Oulson?
Yes, sir.
What?
I was just texting my fucking daughter.
And how soon after that statement was the quote flick of popcorn?
Within just seconds, sir. I mean, almost simultaneous, just within seconds.
One big ball of an event.
Yes, sir.
Was it continuous or just flowed?
It just flowed.
Okay.
Just
Now,
flowed.
once you saw the popcorn, what happened next?
Obviously, I seen the muzzle blast and then the sound of a firearm. And then I moved
Okay.
down that way towards.
Go ahead and take your seat. We'll cover it from there. We're at the point where you make your observations. So let me ask you these questions. Tell the jury what you saw. You heard and attributed to Mr. Oulson the use of the F word
Yes, sir.
in one sentence. My question to you is, at the time that your attention was drawn to Mr. Oulson, did you ever hear him use the F word in any other string of sentence at all?
No, sir.
One time.
Just the one time.
Can you characterize the best you can the space and time between the utterance of that statement and you seeing the debris of popcorn?
Just a second or so, just a couple seconds.
And can you characterize in the space of time, the best you can, the time between you see the debris of popcorn and the muzzle flash?
Again, just a couple seconds.
As you're focused on that event and you see what you just described, do you ever see ever see Mr. Oulson standing in the seat of his chair?
No, sir.
Do you ever see him trying to climb over his chair towards Mr. Reeves?
No, sir.
During that time span, did you hear any words at the same level where he said, "I'm just texting my daughter," where you would associate those words with a threat of violence?
No, sir.
No F-bombs thrown in about doing bodily harm to Mr. Reeves?
No, sir.
Did you see anything before you saw the debris of popcorn that would indicate to you that any object whatsoever was thrown at Mr. Reeves?
No, sir.
Did you see any indication from Mr. Reeves that he was hit with such gravity that his hands would come up and he would scream with pain?
No, sir.
Anything to indicate by Mr. Reeves' body movement that he suffered any type of strike about his body where you would expect someone to react to the pain?
No, sir.
When you looked over, we just talked about what you did see, but when you looked over, when you first looked over, was there anything about that situation that you thought you needed to intervene at that point?
Yes, sir.
Okay, what? Other than the firing of the gun?
Right.
All right. I'm not talking about that. Before the flick of the popcorn?
Before the flick of the popcorn? No, sir.
Okay. We have the shot fired. What action do you take? What do you do?
I stand up, make my way down the aisle over to Mr. Reeves or to that area, and I observed Mr. Reeves sitting down and a firearm in his left knee.
Okay. Now you see the firearm.
Yes, sir.
You know a firearm. You know what a shot sounds like.
Yes, sir.
All right. And through your law enforcement experience, you have some training as far as firearm safety.
Yes, sir.
And one of the rules is don't put anything in front of your muzzle you don't want to destroy, right?
I'm going to object. It's
Okay.
continuous. I'm trying not to object, but it's,
All right. Would you agree or disagree with me that one of the rules is don't put your hand in front of the muzzle if you don't want to destroy
just the
it?
same objection. You
No.
can say it two different ways, it's the same way.
Now,
Rephrase. Thank you.
can you tell us whether or not you have been taught that do not put your hand in front of the muzzle?
Yes, sir.
All right. And what happens if the gun fires and your hand's in front of the muzzle?
You're going to get shot in the hand.
All right. Now, having said that, while you're watching the event for the very first time, all right, did you ever see Mr. Reeves with his hand out and Mr. Oulson chest almost on his hand and Mr. Reeves going, whoa, 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 or no, no, no?
No, sir. Not at all.
When you're walking towards Mr. Reeves after the shooting, what are your thoughts as you're walking up knowing that there's a gentleman there, Mr. Reeves, that has a firearm on his knees? What are your thoughts?
On relevancy.
as you were walking forward, did you keep your eyes where you perceived the firearm to be?
Yes, sir.
All right. Why were you doing that?
Just to try to find who was at the other end of that firearm.
Tell us whether or not there were any other people seated in seats as you walked.
Yes, sir. There
And-
was
Go ahead.
an elderly couple that was seated obviously to my right as I walked that way, and then next would have been Mr. Reeves and his wife.
Once you got to where Mr. Reeves was, what was your next action?
Reached down and, I observed a firearm on his left knee. I reached down and grabbed the firearm.
As you walked up to him, were your eyes looking towards him sufficiently so that you could see his entire body?
Yes, sir.
What, if anything, did you notice about his eyeglasses?
They were on his face.
Normal or obscured?
Normal. Yes, sir.
While you walked up, did you see any body movement with his hands towards his face as he walked up?
Yes, sir. He leaned back and pushed his glasses up above his head.
Okay, is that when you
his
got to him?
forehead. Sir, yes, sir.
All right, so let's talk about that. Once you got up there, we're going to jump just a little bit out of order, but you said he did that. What did Mr. Reeves say to you when you, as you demonstrated, he was pushing up his glasses?
He said he thought he had something in his eye.
Something in his eye?
In his eye, yes, sir.
And show us again what did he did with his glasses?
He pushed his glasses up on his forehead, to be basically, I guess, at my level, to where I could see something in his eye.
And did you look in that direction while his
Sure.
glasses were up?
Sure, yes, sir.
And tell us whether or not visually you were able to see anything.
No, sir.
What happened after the glasses were up? Okay, did he put them back down?
Sure.
Okay, thanks. All right. Now let's get back to securing the firearm. Did you in fact secure the firearm?
Yes, sir.
Did you tell Mr. Reeves anything before you retrieved the firearm from his knee?
No, sir.
Do you know whether or not Mr. Reeves knew at that point you were law enforcement?
I identified myself as a law enforcement officer, yes, sir.
Once you took the firearm, what did you do with it?
I placed it in my pocket.
Did Mr. Reeves do anything to object to you receiving it?
No, sir.
At that point, how would you describe his cooperation?
He was cooperative.
How long were you with Mr. Reeves until law enforcement responded to the theater?
I don't know, 20 minutes, so.
During that time, where was the firearm?
It's in my back pocket.
Approach, Your Honor. Let me show you what's been marked for identification as State's Exhibit Y. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes, sir.
And what is it?
It's a 380 Kel-Tec.
And can you tell us whether or not that's the firearm you took off of Mr. Reeves?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, at this time, I would move State's Exhibit Y into evidence as State's Exhibit number 20.
Any objection?
No objection.
May I
It'll
just
be
briefly
admitted.
publish to the
You
jury?
may.
We're going to take this time period, this 20 minutes, law enforcement, several different topics, okay?
Okay.
Topic number one is the location of Mrs. Oulson. During that time period, were you aware of where she was?
Yes, sir.
Okay, where was she?
She was just to Mr. Oulson's right.
Talking about after the shooting.
She was one or two seats separated from him.
Okay. Once you got up there and retrieved the firearm, do you know the location of Mrs. Oulson?
Mrs. Oulson? No, sir.
While you're standing there with Mr. Reeves, describe to us the actions of the other patrons in a general fashion. What was occurring right after the shooting as far as the other patrons?
Some of them left the area. Some were trying to perform CPR on Mr. Oulson.
From your location of standing there with Mr. Reeves, did that location provide you an opportunity to see Mr. Oulson where he was?
No, sir.
All right. Could you see the patrons there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now I need to take you back just a little bit. Before you get the firearm, you're walking forward. Do you see Mr. Oulson after he's shot?
Yes, sir.
As you walk towards Mr. Reeves, do you hear anything that Mr. Oulson says?
Yes, sir.
What do you hear him say?
Can't believe he shot me.
Direct your attention now back to Mr. Reeves. As you're waiting for law enforcement and after we did the glasses, okay? While standing there, did the lights come up?
Yes,
House
sir.
lights?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you notice anything on his face that would indicate to you an injury?
No, sir.
Were you able to see his front of his face?
Yes, sir.
Did you see the left side of his face?
Yes, sir.
Anything on, do you see the left side, your left side?
Yes,
Right.
sir.
See the top of his head?
Yes, sir.
Was there any blood on any of those locations?
No, sir.
Can you tell us whether or not there was any cuts on any of those locations?
No, sir.
Can you tell us whether or not there was any abrasions in any of those locations?
No, sir.
House lights are up and you're still with Mr. Reeves. I want to talk about your observations away from Mr. Oulson and Mr. Reeves. All right. While standing there, did you have an opportunity to look in the area of where Mr. Reeves' feet were?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us whether or not there were any items on the floor?
Popcorn and a cell phone.
You recall anything else?
No, sir.
In that 20-minute period, did you see any movement of Mrs. Reeves? After the shooting, you're standing there waiting for law enforcement.
Yes, sir.
What did she do?
She eventually got up and left, but she had moved over away from Mr. Reeves.
Okay. Law enforcement arrives.
Yes, sir.
You have a firearm in the pocket.
Yes, sir.
Tell us what you do.
The first deputy or sergeant that was there came up and I identified myself with him and handed him the firearm, and the other two deputies detained Mr. Reeves.
At that point, was your off-duty law enforcement kind of / civilian duties over with?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, you witnessed the incident, so I'm going to assume at that point there was some interviewing by detectives.
Yes, sir.
Let's talk about that part of the event, okay?
Okay.
Did your wife remain in the aisle in your general area while you stood by Mr. Reeves?
Yes, sir.
After those duties were gone, did you and your wife leave the theater?
The theater? No, sir.
All right. Did there come a point in time when you were given a piece of paper?
Yes, sir.
What instructions were given to you when an officer gave you that piece of paper?
Just make a statement of the incident on the statement form.
All right. Did you in fact do that?
Yes, sir.
And did your wife do that?
Yes, sir.
Were you and your wife together when you individually wrote out your statements?
Yes, sir.
Tell us whether or not you helped your wife write out her statement.
No, sir.
Did you provide your wife with any facts that you saw while writing out the statement?
No, sir.
While your wife wrote out the statement, she was in your presence. Did she provide you with any information that she saw that you incorporated in your statement?
No, sir.
Did you even talk about the incidents as you were writing out your individual statement?
No, sir.
Before writing out those statements, were you in the general area presence, if you will, anywhere in the theater where you overheard other individuals talking?
Not that, no, sir.
As you sit here today, do you have any recollection of hearing anyone comment on the incident?
No, sir.
While still at the theater, after writing out the statements, were you interviewed?
Yes, sir.
Tell us whether or not both you and your wife were interviewed.
Yes, sir.
And tell us, were you present when your wife was interviewed?
Yes, sir.
Why?
She was pretty upset over the whole ordeal, so I basically stayed with her just to kind of keep her calm.
Where did the interview take place?
It was in a, like a child's daycare center within the theater.
When the interview took place in relation to your wife and the individual taking the interview, what was your location in the room?
I was sitting behind her.
Okay. Could you hear the questions and answers?
Yes, sir.
And tell us whether or not at any time you verbally interjected during the interview.
No, sir.
At any time, tell us whether or not at any time you made any noise, facial expressions, whatever, that would indicate a displeasure as to what your wife was saying,
No, sir.
or to indicate that she might be wrong about what she was saying.
No, sir.
And how would you describe your wife's emotional state as she walked into the interview room?
She's upset. Just kind of in a, in that I can't believe type deal.
Okay. Did your interview take place before or after your wife's?
Mine was before.
Was your wife present during your interview?
Yes, sir.
Same situation
Yes, sir.
as far as location?
Yes, sir.
And why was she present during your interview?
Just didn't feel the necessity to separate. We were in the room together.
Her emotional state was a factor at all?
Yes, sir. I wanted to be with my wife.
Before you completed your written statement or before your interviews, did you and your wife discuss individually what each other saw?
No, sir.
May I have a moment, Your Honor? No further questions.
Thank you. Cause?
Counsel. Good afternoon, Mr. Hamilton.
Good afternoon, sir.
Now, let me just briefly go through a little bit of your background, Mr. Hamilton. You are retired, congratulations.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Mr. Hamilton, you started your law enforcement career as a detention officer, is that correct?
Correct, yes, sir.
And who was that for?
CCA.
And what is CCA?
I can't remember the CCA Corrections Association. It's a private business.
Corrections of America or something to that
Correction,
effect?
yes, sir. Corrections of America or something like that. It's been a long time.
And you were there for quite a few years?
Yes, sir.
And then you went to, I guess, the Brooksville Police Department, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you were there for about 5 years as a road deputy?
Yes, sir.
And then it's my understanding, you then went to Sumter, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, you were in Sumter, I guess, until your retirement?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You, while you were at Sumter, you changed a little bit in your positions, correct?
Yes, sir.
You started as a patrol officer.
Yes, sir.
At some point, you went to a school resource officer.
Yes, sir.
You went to a detective.
Yes, sir.
You felt like things were overwhelming in the detective division, so you wanted to go back into patrol.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, I think you indicated in direct examination that as a law enforcement officer and with your training, even when you go into a theater, you want to sit at the very, very top, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And it's because you want to obviously not have people behind you, you want to have people in front of you so you can see what's going on.
Correct.
That's just part of the life of a police officer, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, you were seated at the very back. In the very back, there's a wall, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that wall's what, about 6 foot tall?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And as a result of that, your seats don't recline as much as the seats in front of you.
I don't recall how much they recline. I was sitting back in mine, so.
You're lounging, you're kind of, right?
Yes, sir.
And so is your wife.
Correct.
And your wife is seated to your right,
Yes, sir.
and you believe there's about 7 to 9 seats between you all
Yes, sir.
and Mr. Reeves, correct?
Yes, sir.
And in between you all and Mr. Reeves, there's at least another couple, maybe 2.
Just one more couple.
One more
Best I
couple.
remember. Yes,
Okay,
sir.
and how many seats from your seats would you say that other couple was?
Just 1 or 2 seats, best I recall.
Okay. That was also an older couple, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, your position was that the previews were not playing, correct? When you first came in?
Well, first game, no, sir.
Okay. And even though the previews weren't playing, you, I think, characterized the lighting as low.
Low.
Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. When the previews came on, however, it became even darker.
Yes, sir.
And not only that, when the previews came on, or just before they came on, you had this announcement for the patrons like yourself to put your phones away. Turn off your phones, right?
That's correct.
In fact, the theater told you that so many times that you were talking to your wife and thinking, if they tell me one more time, I'm going to pull out my phone.
That's correct.
And so the theater was making it clear that at least management wanted you to put your phone away,
That's correct.
ad nauseum.
Yes, sir.
And when that announcement comes up, you put your phone away, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And why do you do that?
That's what they want you to do.
When you go to the theater, what's your reasons for going to the theater? Do you want to have that theater experience?
Yes, sir.
You want to be able to focus on what's showing on the screen?
That's correct. Yes, sir.
And likewise, some people go to the theater because it's nice and loud, right?
Yes, sir.
It's part of the experience, right?
Yes, sir.
Certainly a lot louder than what you play a movie at your home, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. When they played the previews there at that theater on January the 13th of 2014, the previews were loud.
Loud as,
Well, you remember RoboCop, right? That was one of the previews, right? It was action-packed, it was shooting, it was loud.
I just remember commercials, and they're loud, enough where you can hear them. Yes, sir.
I'm not talking about the commercials. I'm talking about the previews. These are the movies that they intend to show in the future. It was RoboCop, it was all those Terminator-type previews that day, correct?
Yes, sir.
And they were loud.
They were loud.
And they were shoot-'em-up type of previews, were they not?
Yes, sir.
Both you and your wife are seated. You're paying attention to the previews, right?
Yes, sir.
You're looking to see what's coming up next that you may want to go see.
Yes, sir.
And it was your wife that had to nudge you to get your attention, to focus your attention on something else.
Yes, sir.
And when you did that, when she did that, you scooted up. Correct?
Yes, sir.
And the first thing that you see is you see a person standing up, correct?
Yes, sir.
And what you see is really a silhouette, right?
That's correct.
You don't see my definitions that you see here, right?
No, sir.
You don't see clear skin color, color of my eyes, right?
No, sir.
You don't see the color of my frames, do you?
No, sir.
All you're seeing at that distance is a silhouette.
Yes, sir.
You know what a silhouette is?
Yes, sir.
So you're not able to see features.
No, sir.
And you can only see from the waist up?
Yes, sir.
But you could tell that that silhouette was yelling in that theater.
At one point, yes, sir.
Yelling, right?
Right.
In fact, you're not only making that statement here, yelling. You put that in your own written statement, did you not?
Yes, sir. That's correct.
And this tall man, right? He was tall.
Yes, sir.
You said at least over 6 feet.
Yes, sir.
This tall man was yelling, and he was leaning over the back of his seat.
No, sir. He was propped.
You remember making a statement?
Yes, sir.
And you made that statement on the very day of this incident, correct?
That's correct. Yes, sir.
You made that statement even before you were interviewed by the detectives.
That's correct.
And you remember making this statement. I observed a white male standing up to my right and lean over his back seat and begin to yell something to the effect, I am trying to text my fucking daughter.
That's correct.
Well, when you made this statement, was it correct?
Yes, sir. Best of my
And you
ability.
would agree when you made this statement in 2014 that your recollection was much better on the date of this incident than it is in 2022 today.
Yes, sir.
Did you have a problem with saying that he was over the back of his seat? Is that a problem?
Is that, what do you mean in the statement that I had a problem?
Can I see your fancy chair?
I'm sitting on it.
That's it? When you came, when the prosecutor was here, this is what you told the jury, that you called propped up. Is
Yes.
that what you call propped up?
Yes.
Or was he leaning, as your statement, leaning over the back of his seat?
He was not leaning over the back of the seat.
Not leaning, even though that's what you put in your statement.
Yes, sir, you're correct.
You must have been lying then when you made
I
that statement.
object to that characterization.
Approach.
So, was it propped up,
Yes, sir.
or was it leaning over the chair as you indicated on January the 13th?
He was propped up.
So he wasn't leaning over the, that was just something that you wrote that was incorrect on January the 13th of 2014.
Yes, sir, yes, sir.
And you're a police officer, correct?
Yes, sir.
And by that time, you were a police officer for how long?
15, 16 years.
And you must have been trained that when you're writing a statement, you've got that, write that statement precisely and accurately, correct?
Yes, sir.
Because in our system of justice, we can't afford to make mistakes, can we?
No, sir.
Especially police officers, correct?
Yes, sir.
The one thing is that you did not hear Mr. Reeves say a peep, correct?
That's correct.
In fact, you couldn't even see Mr. Reeves.
No, sir.
Is that correct?
That's correct.
Because it was dark, correct?
It was low lighting.
Is low lighting the equivalent of dark?
No, sir.
It's not.
No, sir.
Well, why couldn't you see Mr. Reeves if it was just low lighting? The prosecutor came over here and said, well, could you see this person? Could you see this person? But you couldn't see Mr. Reeves.
No, sir.
And you could only see a silhouette of Mr. Oulson.
May I ask a question?
No, you can answer the question.
Okay.
You could only see
Yes, sir.
the silhouette
Yes, sir.
because it was dark.
That's correct. No, it was low lighting.
When you heard Mr. Oulson, you wanted to find out, quote, who was raising hell.
Yes.
Correct?
Yes, sir.
That's what was in your mind at that point in time.
Yes, sir.
You wanted to find out who was raising hell. Correct?
Yes, sir.
And the only one that you heard that was raising hell was that silhouette.
Yes, sir.
You don't know how long that silhouette, Mr. Oulson, was raising hell, correct?
That's correct.
Because you were focused on the previews, correct?
Yes, sir.
Because your wife had to be the one to nudge you to say, hey, you need to pay some attention here.
Yes, sir.
You did not see the entire exchange that took place from Mr. Oulson towards Mr. Reeves.
Not the entire, no, sir.
And you had no idea, therefore, if Mr. Oulson had come over that chair on a previous few seconds, correct?
No, sir.
Because you were looking over there, correct?
Correct.
And so you don't know what was happening at that moment before you looked over there.
Correct.
What you do know is that Mr. Oulson was raising hell and using the F word, correct?
Using or
Well,
used?
maybe I should say saying the F word. You want me to say it?
He said the F word.
Okay. And certainly that alarmed you, because to hear that yelling with the F word in a theater is totally out of character, right?
Correct. Yes, sir.
You would never in your entire life expect someone to be getting up in the middle of a theater and using that word, yelling, right?
Yes, sir.
And it alarmed you 7 to 9 seats away.
Yes, sir.
You were doing your best to try to see what you could see, but all you could see was a silhouette and could not even see Mr. Reeves.
No, sir.
But you know that that silhouette was facing in one direction and one direction when it was raising hell, right?
Yes, sir.
And it was facing at Curtis Reeves.
Yes, sir.
And it was in very close proximity to Curtis Reeves.
Yes, sir.
And it was tall.
Yes, sir.
You certainly never saw Mr. Oulson or this silhouette with a phone in his hand, did you?
Excuse me? I'm sorry.
You never saw this silhouette with a phone in his hand, right?
No, sir.
All you're seeing is a silhouette, right? No
No,
phone.
sir.
But you say that, I guess you called it a flick of popcorn.
Yes,
Now, tell me, if you were only able to see a silhouette, how could you see someone flicking?
It was just an arm, a hand, and then it was a flick.
So, meaning an arm and a hand towards Mr. Reeves.
It was just out over where the silhouette was standing in a flick.
So that hand went from the silhouette out towards Mr. Reeves,
Correct.
correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. In very close proximity.
Yes, sir.
And it was then almost instantaneously, you heard the shot.
Yes, sir.
In fact, you wouldn't be surprised if it's less than a full second.
Within a couple seconds. Yes, sir.
Well, you didn't, you're
No, I didn't.
guesstimating, right? And my question is, you wouldn't be surprised if it was less than a second.
No, sir.
You didn't see the gun because it was dark.
Correct.
And so this is a good one. You couldn't see Mr. Oulson. Couldn't see the gun,
No, sir.
but you saw popcorn?
Yes, sir.
How could you see popcorn if you can't see anything than a silhouette of Mr. Oulson, and you can't see a gun, and you can't see Mr. Reeves? How are you able to see a popcorn? Tough one, no?
No, it's not tough. It's just, that's what it was.
That's what it was. Now, you gave us a statement on direct examination where you indicated that the shot took place and Mr. Oulson fell to the ground?
No, sir.
He didn't fall to the ground?
No, sir.
Okay. So shot took place. What did Mr. Oulson do?
He held his hands over his chest
Okay?
and said, "I can't believe he shot me."
Okay?
And
That quickly. Shot, I can't believe he shot me, and then what happens?
he kind of went towards the north side or away from me of the building, down that same road he was on.
Okay. And
Eventually, I guess he fell.
you didn't see him fall?
No.
Okay. And so you saw all that from your vantage point of where you were?
Yes.
Meaning 7 to 8, 9 seats from the incident? Because it's shot, Mr. Oulson, statement, right? So
Yes.
you're still at your seat,
Yes.
right?
Yes, sir.
And so can you tell me how long it took you to get from your position at your seat to Mr. Reeves after that took place?
$30 seconds.
Okay.
I wasn't timing it up.
You never saw Mrs. Oulson
No, sir.
at all?
I seen her at the very end,
Well, at the very end of what? After the shot?
after they turned the lights up and people were,
But before they turned the lights on, you didn't even see Mrs. Oulson
no, sir.
because it was dark.
Yes, sir. No, it was low lighting.
But somehow you said on direct examination that she was seated to the right of Mr. Oulson? Mrs. Oulson? Did you
She was
say that
to
on direct? Remember, in direct? And they're asking you where Mrs. Oulson was? You said, well, she was seated to the right of Mr. Oulson.
I don't remember that. You talking about today?
What's that?
You talking about today?
No, we're talking about the incident. On the date of the incident, was Mrs. Oulson seated to the right of Mr. Oulson?
I don't know.
Because you didn't see her.
No, sir, I didn't see her.
Now, you get to Mr. Reeves. You're a trained law enforcement officer, right?
Yes, sir.
In a situation where you've just had a shooting, certainly you don't want to have a firearm exposed to the general public, correct?
Correct.
Because they're going to think that you're a threat, right?
Yes, sir.
You've been trained on that in your own law enforcement career, right?
Yes, sir.
So you didn't find it odd whatsoever that Mr. Reeves, immediately after the shot, put the gun on his lap? You weren't surprised by that?
Yes, sir, I was.
Why would you be surprised by him putting it on his neck, on his lap, when he didn't want to expose everybody to think that he was someone that was dangerous? You certainly didn't want him to have a gun in his hand after the shot, right?
Yeah, I'm going to object to counsel testifying.
It is cross.
It's not proper cross.
I'll overrule.
Right? You do not want, you've been trained in law enforcement. Hey, listen, if there's a situation with a big crowd, especially if you're not in a police uniform, you don't want to have a gun in your hand everybody thinking that you're a threat, right?
That's correct.
And so when you went over to Mr. Reeves, I'm sure you thought to yourself, oh, highly trained individual, he puts the gun
Yeah,
right on
I
his
would
knee.
object to that. It's totally speculation. Facts not in evidence.
It's cross, Your Honor. I can ask him
understand
that
it's
question.
cross, but it's improper cross.
No.
Overrule.
Right? You went over there, he said, ah, yeah, put that gun right there. In fact, is that correct? Highly trained individual, put it there. Nobody sees him with a gun in his hand.
I didn't know that he was highly trained.
No, at that point he didn't, but you must have thought that. Why would he put it on his knee?
No, sir, I didn't think that at all.
You didn't think that. But I can tell you that when you picked up that gun from his knee, you quickly hid it, right?
That's correct.
Because you didn't want everybody in that particular theater to think that you were a threat.
That's correct.
Because you were not in a police uniform.
That's correct.
And what happens is, if they think you're a threat and somebody's got a gun, now he starts shooting at you, and these poor individuals in the theater may get shot.
That's correct.
You wanted that gun out of sight for the right reasons, right?
Yes, sir.
You didn't want anybody misconstruing you to be an aggressor.
That's correct.
Now, when you went over to Mr. Reeves, pretty close after the shot, and you looked down, can I borrow your chair? Sorry, Mr. Martin. I should have brought my own chair. Mr. Reeves is still seated,
Yes, sir.
right?
Yes, sir.
And right between his legs, you're here, right? Standing up.
Yes, sir.
And you look down, and right between his legs, you see a phone.
Yes, sir.
You being a law enforcement officer, knowing that that could be a piece of evidence, right?
Yes, sir.
You make sure that when Mr. Reeves is finally cuffed, that you tell the officers, hey, by the way, there's a phone here that you need to pay attention to. Correct?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
You told Mr. Reeves that you were a law enforcement officer when you approached him.
Yes, sir.
He told you likewise that he was a retired law enforcement officer.
Yes, sir.
You didn't have to wrestle Mr. Reeves.
No, sir.
He was very cooperative,
Yes, sir.
correct?
Yes, sir.
And he told you that there was someone had hit him, right?
Yes, sir.
Objection, hearsay, Your Honor.
Roach?
They were talking about something that Mr. Reeves said about something about his eye, but he also told you before he did that he was hit.
He said something was in his eye.
Did he say that he was hit?
He was hit with something.
Okay, that he was hit with something. And at the time that he told you that was right when you approached him.
Yes, sir.
And the lighting was still at that point that it was dark,
It was low lighting. Wasn't dark.
low light. And you didn't have a flashlight with you,
No, sir.
and you weren't going to be looking for any redness on his face. You were looking for, oh, is he bleeding? Does he have a gash, right?
Yes, sir.
You weren't looking for anything that had any other indicia of injury.
That's correct. Yes, sir.
In fact, you didn't even get real close to him, did you?
No, sir.
In fact, you remember Mr. Reeves' son, Matthew Reeves,
Yes, sir.
coming up,
Yes, sir.
and him identifying himself also as a police officer,
That's correct.
correct?
Yes, sir.
And you remember him having blood all over his hands because he was the one that was attending to Mr. Oulson, correct?
That's correct.
And you didn't want to talk to him either.
No, sir.
Now, we had some testimony concerning interviews, right?
Yes, sir.
And you've been trained, obviously, in your career, that when they give you a voluntary statement form, you're not telling this jury that some police officer had to come over and tell you how to fill it out.
No, sir.
You know how to fill it out, right?
Yes, sir.
You're going to put in as much detail as you possibly can.
Preliminary. Yes, sir.
And the information that you're going to put in this document, you're going to make sure that it is true,
Yes, sir.
right? Because
Yes,
you're
sir.
going to be placed under oath at some point in time, right?
Yes, sir.
So it's not a document to fool around with.
No, sir.
And so, early in your career, very early in your career, probably your academy, you were taught about something called contamination, right?
Yes, sir.
Witness contamination.
Yes, sir.
And that is a very basic investigative tool, right?
Yes, sir.
That you're not supposed to allow witnesses to come into contact with each other. Correct?
That's correct.
That's very dangerous, you would agree.
Yes, sir.
It's very dangerous in our system of criminal justice, right?
Yes, sir.
Because people hear things, and whether it's right or wrong, they start adopting it for themselves, right?
Yes, sir.
And then you don't really get to know whether the witness's testimony is their own or 15 other people that they heard that statement from.
That's correct.
And so you've been trained as early as the academy, separate these witnesses.
Yes, sir.
And you were there in that theater and just the opposite happened, correct? You were a congregating group right in that theater, correct?
I can't speak for everybody else, but I was with my wife. Yes, sir.
Well, you were with your wife and there was a group of people around you.
Yes, sir.
And not a single police officer came up to you and said, Mr. Hamilton, let's make sure we got to separate you all. Please don't talk to anybody about your testimony, right?
That's correct.
And you didn't hear that police officer tell anybody in that group, 30, 40, 50 people, whatever they were. You didn't see any police officer come up and say, hey, group, separate, do not talk about your testimony with anybody else.
No, sir.
And you certainly know that there was a battalion of Pasco County sheriff's officers all over the Grove Theater.
I don't know about a battalion, but there were several in there. Yes, sir.
Many, right?
Many. Yes, sir.
And knowing that, you as a police officer, you get interviewed by Detective Proctor, the lead detective in this case, right?
Yes, sir.
And he interviews you with your wife there, and he interviews your wife with you there, right?
Yes, sir.
And let's take it one step further. Before he even turns on the tape, you all have a little discussion, right? Off tape.
I don't recall a discussion off tape.
Well, you certainly don't think that would be appropriate, right?
To have a discussion with both of us there?
Off tape.
According to what we're discussing.
Well, the case.
I don't recall that discussion.
If it happened, that would be improper.
Yes, sir.
Highly improper, right?
Be improper.
You would have never done it in your career as a law enforcement officer.
No, sir.
There is no reason whatsoever to have a conversation about the case when you have a tape recorder present without turning that tape recorder on.
That's correct.
When you went into that interview room, you wanted to tell Detective Proctor what you knew.
Yes,
Right?
sir. Yes, sir.
That was your purpose.
Yes, sir.
Homicide case, right?
Yes, sir.
You expect thorough interviews in a homicide case, right?
Yes, sir.
How long have you been on the stand, you think? You came in at 1 o'clock?
A little after, yes, sir.
It's 2:27, right?
Yes, sir.
I've been up here asking you a lot of questions, haven't I?
Yes, sir.
Your interview with Detective Proctor was 5 minutes.
Okay.
You think that's a thorough interview in a homicide investigation?
No, sir.
You certainly wouldn't have done that, right? And you were never a homicide investigator. You would have never done that in a homicide case, would you?
No, sir.
Because our system of justice requires thoroughness, correct?
Yes, sir.
The one thing that you know is that when you went up to Mr. Reeves, took the gun from him, he was concerned for Mr. Oulson.
Yes, sir.
I have no further questions.
You're direct. May this witness be released?
I'll stand by.
Mr. Hamilton, you're free to go, but if you get called back, you have to come back,
Yes,
okay?
yes, ma'am. Thank you.
What's that?
We'll have to move.
I am. Been up and down, up and down.
Sir, come this way.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's take a 10-minute recess. Remember my instructions during the break. No independent research or talking amongst yourselves.
All rise, we're in recess for 10 minutes.
You can be seated, thank you. All right. We ready for the jurors? Okay.
Now, you have to be excused to attend to an administrative matter, get a document typed up so we can do something.
I'm okay if you're okay.
I'm okay, it'll just take me a second.
Okay,
Thank you.
go ahead, and we're gonna proceed without you.
Yes, I'm just gonna have it process started and have it
Okay.
brought down.
That's fine.
Thank you.
Okay.
Jurors may be seated.
Thank you.
President accounted for, Your Honor.
Thank you, Deputy. Ladies and gentlemen, were you all able to abide by my instructions during the recess? All right, number 9, you still with us? Okay, good. Glad to hear that for now. Mr. Garcia, you're standing up.
I am, Judge. Yeah, Deputy Eric Jones, Your Honor.
All righty.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you shall give in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Go ahead, Mr. Garcia.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court, counsel, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Deputy Jones, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
If you would, please, can you speak loudly and clearly into that microphone and direct all your answers to the members of this jury?
Yes, sir.
All right, if you would, please, can you state your full name
Eric Jones.
and your profession?
I'm a corporal in the training unit at the Pasco Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been employed by the Pasco County Sheriff's Office?
Coming up on 27 years.
All right. And Corporal Jones, directing your attention back to January 13th of 2014, how were you employed by the Sheriff's Office on that date?
I was a corporal in training out in patrol as I was learning to become a patrol deputy.
Okay. And on that date, were you with Deputy Cardona?
Yes, sir.
Was he your FTO, so to
Yes.
speak, at the time?
Yes, sir.
All right. On that date, did you get a call to respond to the cop theater in reference to a shooting?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall what time you got there?
I believe it was 1:36 in the afternoon.
Okay. And when you got there, can you tell us what was going on?
The call was for an active shooter at the theater.
Okay.
Myself and Deputy Cardona entered the movie theater.
Okay.
The employees there guided us into theater number 10, where the incident took place.
All right. Now, let me ask you this question. By the time that you went into the movie theater, was Sergeant Griner already on scene?
Yes, sir, along with several other deputies.
Okay, which would have been Deputy Robarts?
Yes, sir.
And at the time that you entered the theater, was the defendant in custody, or were they in the process of placing him in custody?
I believe at that time they were detaining them as I entered
Okay.
the movie theater itself.
When you entered the movie theater, did you observe Deputy Griner, who had obtained a Kel-Tec 380 and a wallet from the defendant, handed to Deputy Cardona?
At some point, yes, Sergeant Griner gave a black Cal-Tec 380 to Deputy Cardona.
Okay, as well as a wallet?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you observed that?
Yes.
And then you subsequently took the 380 and the wallet and you placed it in your cruiser?
Deputy Cardona did. I escorted Deputy Cardona when he
Okay,
took
but
it there. I
you
was
observed-
present. Yes, sir.
You observed it?
Yes, sir.
And then subsequently, it was taken from you by forensic investigator Amy Parish?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to object again. They're all meeting, and I know this is not a very,
Sustained.
not important, but.
Sustained.
Judge, I beg to differ with counsel. I have case law on it. If you want, we can approach. If you want to see it,
Okay.
Judge.
Well, let's hear argument. Come on up.
Let me get the case law. Judge, may I approach Corporal Jones, please?
You may.
Corporal Jones, I'm handing you what's been introduced into evidence. It's State's Exhibit Number 20. Do you recognize that firearm and the wallet?
I do.
And is that what Deputy Cardona received from Deputy Griner, and then it was subsequently placed in the cruiser, and then Amy Parish got it from you?
Yes, sir.
All right. Deputy Jones, what county is the Cobb Theater in?
Pasco County.
All right, thank you, sir. I have no further questions, Judge.
Thank you.
No need to
Cross?
cross, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Oh, can this witness be released?
Yes, Judge. Yes.
All right, thank you. Corporal, you're free to go. Who's next?
Your Honor, the state would call Amy Parish.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you shall give in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Go ahead, Mr. Garcia.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court. Ms. Parrish, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
If you would, please, can you speak loudly and clearly into the microphone? And if you would, please, will you give all your answers to the jury, please?
Yes, I will.
All right. Can you state your full name?
Amy Parish.
Can you spell your last name, please?
Parish.
All right. And what's your current profession?
I currently work as a senior business analyst for a software analytics company.
On January 13th of 2014, by whom were you employed?
On that date, I was employed by the Pasco County Sheriff's Office as a forensic investigator.
And how long had you been a forensic investigator with the Sheriff's Office on that date?
On that date, it was right around 9 years.
Okay. And can you share with us your education and training which allowed you to perform your duties?
Sure. I started off with a associate's degree in crime scene technology. I also got an additional associate's degree in criminology. And then I also got a bachelor's from St. Leo, also in criminology. And throughout my career, I had about 300 or so additional training hours in law enforcement courses.
Okay. And as of January 13th of 2014, how many crime scenes have you gone to and had processed?
I don't know that I'd be able to give you an exact number.
Can you give us an estimate?
Maybe at least several hundred.
Okay. All right. And as a forensic investigator, is there a certain protocol that you follow once you arrive on scene?
Yes, there is.
Okay. Tell us the protocol that you follow as far as keeping the integrity of evidence.
Keeping the integrity of the evidence is we want to make sure that we document and collect everything properly, making sure we're using the right protocols when collecting items of evidence, such as, using gloves and using the proper tools and just making sure that the evidence is protected in its best way and properly documented and collected.
All right. Besides using gloves, would you, is there occasions that you use the booties that you put on over your shoes?
Yes, there is.
And do you have Tyvek suits that sometimes you would use?
We also have Tyvek suits that are assigned to us, yes.
All right. On this particular occasion, on January 13th of 2014, did you use gloves?
Yes, I use gloves.
Did you have booties on over your shoes?
I do recall wearing booties because I believe we had some that were stationed outside of the theater.
All right. And tell us what happened as far as when you arrived on scene. What time did you arrive on scene?
I got there at 14:27, which would be 2:27 p.m. that day, and I met with Captain Steffens, who was my supervisor at the time, and other forensic investigators there.
Okay. Did Captain Steffens give you a debriefing of what had occurred?
Yes, what he had learned since he had been there, he just kind of gave me a quick briefing on what we had. Because when we first got there, we didn't know exactly what we had, but as I was there longer, I received more information.
Okay. So as far as you were there, right? Mm-hmm. Forensic investigator Amy Kubin, was she there as well?
Yes, she also met us there.
There was numerous other forensic investigators, right?
Yes, there was two others. Forensic investigator Miller and forensic investigator Garrison was also there.
Okay. Were you given a particular assignment
When I first got there?
Well, normally investigators are given different assignments, right? One will videotape, one will photograph. Can you go through what each individual investigator was assigned to, if you remember?
Sure. Well, when I first got there, they wanted me to handle the actual theater number 10. But I was also asked to do a couple other assignments, such as photograph and collect evidence from vehicles that were there. And also, I was asked to go out several days later for additional photography.
Okay. Did you go into Theater 10?
Yes, I did.
And did you locate items of evidence which were later impounded by the Pasco County Sheriff's Office?
Yes, sir, I did.
And when you all went in to process the theater, did you label the rows like A, B, C, D, and so forth?
Yes, after we finished photographing and just documenting items of evidence, we decided it would be easier to be able to reference the seating by assigning placards to it instead of counting the number of seats and everything. So we placed a piece of paper with letters A1 through 10, B1 through 10, C1 through 10 on the last three rows within that middle section of the theater.
Okay. That kind of gives us a background, but once you went into that theater, what was the first thing that you did?
First, just taking observations, and I also met with Detective Harris, who gave us additional information about where the incident occurred.
Okay. Did you locate items of evidence in row 1, or which would have been labeled A?
Yeah, it was later labeled A. There were items of evidence on the floor of that row.
Okay. Did you document in your report what items of evidence were on row A?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Can you tell us what items you observed?
Sure. On row A, there were items on the floor that were indicated by PIN numbers. When we say PIN numbers, that means a placement identification number. And it's just to show through photography where those items were located a little more easily because they're bright yellow numbers that show up. If you don't, is it okay if I refer to the?
Judge would that refresh your memory?
It would, just to make sure I get all of the items that were on row A.
All right. May she do so, Judge?
You don't have a problem.
Oh, okay, thank you. So on the back, on that floor, there was a open package of Skinny Cow chocolate, like a treat packaging on the floor. That was pin number 11, and that would have been in front of seat A8. So that very back row, which was labeled A, and it would have been the eighth seat in. And then also there was a popcorn bag that was tilted over and had spilled popcorn. That was identified as pin number 12. And next to that was a white iPhone that had a black casing over it. I also indicated that there was a beverage cup in the 9th seat of that row, and that would have been in the left arm if you were sitting in that seat. Also on that row, there would have been a 380 auto spent casing, which was identified as pin number 14.
Okay. Judge, I apologize, and I neglected to do this. I would like to use, I believe, one of the photographs that's blown up and ask if it's okay with the court if Ms. Parish steps down so that she can not only talk about the PIN numbers, but actually so the jurors can see it.
Are you going to put it on the easel?
Yes, Judge.
I'll probably need to rearrange. I'm going to sit next to the jury so I can see.
May I, Your Honor? Yes. As well, thank you.
I'm looking forward to it. I apologize. Oh, here it is. This one has the so she's going to have to mark it.
hasn't been admitted yet. All right, you're going to admit it through her before you publish it?
Yes, Judge.
All right.
Judge, to save some time, we would have no objections to it being admitted.
Okay, thanks. All right, so it'd be 21 and 22? They stipulated that they can, 21 and 22. And that's photos of row A with pin numbers?
The PIN numbers, Judge, are 11, 12, 13, and 14. Judge, I'd ask the record to reflect that I'm showing the defense counsel the photograph and as well.
We're good.
We can be admitted in without objection.
Thank you.
Judge, may Ms. Parish step down, please?
She may.
You're okay, Dina. You reposition. All right. All right, Ms. Parish, you were previously talking about placards and items of evidence. Can you go through that testimony again, starting with placard 11 or pin 11?
Sure. Pin number 11 is going to be that skinny cow package that I spoke about. Pin number 12 is going to be the popcorn bag, the spilled popcorn, and also the white iPhone with the black cover. Pin number 13 is going to be the beverage cup that's in that cup holder on the left side of seat 9. And then pin number 14 is going to be that 380 auto casing that was on the ground below that cup holder there.
Okay. If you can retake your seat, please.
Sure.
Judge, can we approach, please?
Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to receive several items of evidence into evidence, and what have we just, you just did photos. We've already received several photos in evidence. Any item of evidence, with very few exceptions, will be testified typically about by witnesses or stipulation. They'll be entered by stipulation. This and all other items received in evidence will be available to you for your examination during your deliberations at the end of the trial. So anything that's received into evidence, you will get. I know you've gotten things published and you get to look at it real quick, but for the most part, everything that's received will go back with you, with a few small exceptions, but for the most part, everything will go back, okay?
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Go ahead.
Judge, for the record, I'm showing what's been marked as State's Exhibit II for identification purposes to Ms. Parish. Ms. Parish, if you would please, first of all, do you recognize the bag?
Yes, I do.
How is it that you recognize it?
I recognize it as item AP11, which is a concealed weapons license that was removed from a black wallet.
Okay. And can you look inside and see if you recognize the contents of it?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and what is that?
It's a concealed weapons firearm license for Curtis Reeves.
Okay. Judge, I'll move that into evidence. I believe it's State's Exhibit number 22.
23.
23, I'm sorry, Judge. Moving to State's Exhibit JJ for identification purposes. I'd ask the record to reflect that I'm showing that to Ms. Parish as well. Do you recognize the State's Exhibit JJ for identification purposes?
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize it?
This is item number AP13, which is the white iPhone, which we showed as pin number 12 with that protective case.
Okay. Can you look inside and see if, in fact, it's an iPhone with an iCase?
Yes, it is.
All right. Judge, I'll offer that into evidence at State's Exhibit number 24.
It'll be admitted.
Moving to KK, I'd ask for... I'll just go. Judge, moving to, I apologize, moving to State's Exhibit HH for identification purposes. Ms. Parish, do you recognize this item, and do you recognize the bag?
I do. I recognize it as a firearms proficiency card for Curtis Reeves that was removed from that same black wallet.
Okay. And can you look inside and see if you recognize the contents?
Yes, it's a firearm proficiency card for Curtis Reeves.
Okay. Judge, I would offer what's been previously marked as HH as State's 25.
It'll be admitted.
Moving on to State's FF for identification purposes. Ms. Parish, do you recognize the bag, first of all?
Yes, I do.
How is it that you recognize it?
I recognize it as a business card that I collected with the name David Bryant that was removed from the same black wallet.
Okay. Can you look inside and see if you recognize the contents?
Yes, I do. It's a business card for David B. Bryant.
All right. Judge, I would move into evidence what was previously marked as State's Exhibit FF for identification purposes as 25, I believe.
26.
What I asked is that she can identify where it came from, so the jury knows exactly where that particular item was when she first found it.
Okay, and I believe she did say
Well-
that. Didn't you say?
I did on
You
a
said-
couple, but maybe not all of them.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Judge, that was 25, correct?
26.
26?
And where was that located, the business card?
Yes, the business
The
card.
business card was located in the black wallet, which is item number AP05. We just haven't gotten to the wallet yet.
Moving on to State's Exhibit GG for identification purposes. Ms. Parish, first of all, do you recognize the bag?
Yes, I do.
How is it that you recognize it?
This is going to be a retired City of Tampa police identification card for Curtis J. Reeves that was removed from that same black wallet that I mentioned earlier.
Can you look inside and see the contents?
Yes, this is the City of Tampa Police Department ID.
Okay. Judge, I would offer that into evidence as State's Exhibit number 27.
It'll be admitted.
State's Exhibit EE for identification purposes. Ms. Parish, I'm going to ask you to take a look at the outside of the bag, see if you recognize it.
Yes, I do.
How is it that you recognize it?
I recognize it as 2 Cobb Theater tickets that were dated on January 13th at 1:02 p.m. For the movie Lone Survivor, and that was also removed from the black wallet.
Okay. Can you look at the contents?
Two in there. Yes, these are the movie tickets that I collected.
Judge, I would offer that into evidence, please.
Number 28, it'll be admitted.
State's Exhibit DD for identification purposes. Do you recognize that bag?
Yes, I do.
How is it that you recognize it?
I recognize it as the black wallet with the retired Tampa Police Captain badge inside.
Okay. You want to look at the contents?
Yes, this is what I collected at the scene.
Judge, I'd offer that into evidence as State's Exhibit number 29. Moving on to State's Exhibit CC for identification purposes, do you recognize that bag?
Yes, I do.
And can you tell the members of this jury how you recognize it?
Sure. This is going to be 4 Kubin 380 auto bullets that were removed from a magazine that was identified as item AP03 that I collected from Deputy Jones.
Okay. Judge, I would move that into evidence as well.
Is this one open?
Number 30, it'll be admitted.
Yeah. If you want to check the contents.
These, were they fired by FDLE? Yeah. Okay. They're not the same as when I collected them. They weren't the same as when I collected them. They had been examined by the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, I believe.
So are they no longer live?
They are casings, yes. They are no longer live.
Okay. So those are casings now. And I see they have an FDLE.
They do, Judge.
Okay.
I would offer this into evidence as well, Judge.
All right, and Ms. Parish, just so we're clear, you collected them from Sergeant
Deputy Jones.
Deputy Jones, and they were live out of the magazine?
They were live out of a magazine that had already been removed from the firearm.
Okay, but they are now,
They are not live anymore.
are all 4 of them spent?
Did you want to check and
Yeah,
see if there's
make
all
sure.
spent?
Yes, they are in fact all spent.
Okay, thank you. And you did not receive them in that condition, but you also notice an FDLE sticker on there?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Judge, I'm sorry, what number are we up to?
The next one will be 31. The casings are 30.
This is 31?
No, casings are 30, yeah.
Okay. Okay, Ms. Parrish, I'm handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit BB for identification purposes. Do you recognize the bag?
Yes, I do.
Do you recognize, and how do you recognize it?
This is going to be the magazine that was removed from item AP01, which was the Keltec firearm.
Okay, do you want to check the inside?
Other than a piece of tape that's been added, that's how it was collected.
Okay. Judge,
I apologize.
What did you say?
There's a piece of tape that was added, as likely from the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, on top of the magazine at this time.
Judge, I would offer that in evidence as State's Exhibit number 31.
31, and that's the empty magazine?
Ms. Parrish, I'm going to hand you what's been marked as State's Exhibit AA for identification purposes. Ask if you recognize the outside of the bag.
Yes, I do.
How's it, do you recognize it?
This is going to be one Corbin 380 auto bullet that was removed from the chamber of item AP01, which is the Keltec firearm.
Okay. Can you check the contents?
Similar to the other items that we looked at, this one is also going to be a spent casing now. When it was collected, it was a live round.
Move it in as State's Exhibit number 32, Judge.
Okay.
Judge,
It'll be
lastly,
admitted.
I'm going to be showing what's been marked for identification purposes as Z to Ms. Parish, Judge, and I'd like to place on the record as well, Judge, this is in fact the 380 Keltec. It has been checked by Corporal Shipley of the Sheriff's Office. It is clear, the chamber is clear, and it has a zip tie, which will not allow the slide to come forward, nor can you insert a magazine in the magazine well.
All right.
Okay.
That'll be 33, and I have also examined it, and I'm all right with
Ms.
it.
Parrish, do you recognize that box?
Yes, I do.
And how is it, do you recognize it?
This is going to be the box that contained the Keltec 380 auto handgun, serial number JV135, collected from Deputy Jones that day.
Can you check the box and see if you recognize the firearm?
Yes, I do recognize the firearm.
Okay. Judge, I would move this into evidence as well.
All right, that's number 33. It'll be admitted.
May I approach the clerk, Your Honor?
You may.
All right, so, Ms. Parrish, on January 13th of 2014, you photographed and documented all the items of evidence that were at the scene,
That's correct.
all right? Now, I believe one of them, item number 14, is the spent shell casing.
May I refer back just momentarily? The spent shell casing is actually going to be item number AP02. The one from inside the theater, is that the one you're referring to?
I'm sorry if I confuse you. I'm talking about the one from inside the theater. I just wanted to make clear, you did not collect that one, correct?
I did not, no.
Okay, that would have been Amy Kubin.
That is correct.
Another forensic investigator.
That's correct.
Just to be clear.
Yes.
Okay. Even though you photographed it and marked it and all that, you weren't the one that actually took it into evidence and collected it.
That is correct.
All right. So, have we discussed all the items of evidence that you photographed and you collected as far as evidence goes, other than the spent shell casing?
I also collected an item from within a vehicle that was parked at the theater.
Okay. Did you have an opportunity to go to a vehicle which you later became known to you it belonged to Curtis Reeves?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Judge, may I set up the easel while she's marking that evidence?
You may.
Yes, ma'am, sorry.
Judge, for the record, I'd ask the record reflect that I'm showing what's been marked as state's exhibits. Looks like OO, MM, and NN to defense counsel.
There's no objection if the state's moving to admit this in evidence this time.
All right, are you going to admit those that you got in your hand right there first? Okay.
For the record, Judge, I'm showing, it looks like QQ. Like PP. Yeah, QQ and PP.
Likewise, Your Honor, no objection if the state wants to move to admit these items into evidence.
Okay, thank you. So the first one, that'll be 34. The big one is the big photo of vehicle. I know. 35 will be the same photo small. And what's 36? Is that a license tag, did I see?
I will,
The one underneath that one?
Judge, I believe it's under here where
Right.
you can actually see.
I just need for identification purposes. Okay, there
Yes,
it
Judge,
is.
it's-
So that'll be 36, the license plate, picture.
Just can you tell me the letter of that,
What's the letter of that one?
of the license plate?
The actual license plate itself, Judge?
No, the letter on the back.
No, I knew you were asking me that. It's MM.
Okay, thank you. Sorry.
I wasn't going to give you the numbers off the license
I
plate.
didn't think so.
So MM is 35?
No, the license photo is 36. The small photo of the car is 35, and the big photo is 34. And then
There's these photographs as well, Judge. There's
large photo of the front of the car,
It's QQ.
QQ,
Yes,
be
ma'am.
37, large.
And
front.
then the small photo is PP.
Okay, and that'll be 38. Small front car photo. All right, are you wanting to publish those?
Yes, Judge, I'd move these into evidence as those prospective numbers, and I'd ask if Ms. Parish can step down, please.
Okay, they'll be admitted as 35, 34, 35, 36, 37, and 38. And she may publish.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
Your Honor, the jurors are asking if you publish them, when you talk about them, could you go over those numbers for them again? Like, reiterate the numbers for them,
Okay. Like the ID numbers?
the evidence number, yeah. Changes from a letter to a number.
Just say what the numbers are, Mr. Investigator.
Judge, may Ms. Parish step down, please? Ms. Parish, do you recognize this photograph?
Yes, I do.
Did you in fact take that photograph?
Yes, I do.
All right, and one of the purposes for taking that photograph was to either portray or indicate that there's no handicap sticker on the license plate?
At the time, I was just identifying the vehicle and where it was in location to the theater.
Okay. But as you see it now, are there any type of handicap stickers on the license plate itself?
I did not note any handicap stickers on the license plate.
Okay. And moving to the
What
other,
was the exhibit number on the?
on this one, Judge? The exhibit number on the large one is 00.
Number?
Well, that's the ID.
Oh. you
That is
were
what the
right.
jurors are requesting for the number to
Okay.
be reiterated.
Madam Clerk,
Yeah, Judge, I would ask if Madam Clerk can reiterate the numbers.
that's the large photo
The
of the
large
back of the
photo of the back of the car.
I'm saying that's 35.
35? Okay. So, Madam Clerk is saying the large photograph is 35, Judge?
Okay.
And MM
36.
is 36.
Is the license plate?
That right, the license plate. And NN, Madam Clerk,
34.
34.
Small photo of the back of the car? Okay.
All right, and Ms. Parish moving to the front of the vehicle now. And Madam Clerk states QQ for identification is what number?
37.
37, Judge, is the large photo. And Ms. Parish, do you recognize that photograph?
Yes, I do.
And how is it that you recognize it?
It's a photograph of the silver Honda Accord that was parked in the southwest parking lot of the theater.
Okay, and if you look at the front of the vehicle, specifically the rear view mirror, are there any type of placards or handicap stickers on the vehicle?
No, there were not any handicap placards on the sticker, or on the mirror of the vehicle.
Okay. And Madam Clerk, PP
38.
is 38. It's same photo, it's just smaller than the blown up one. Ms. Parrish, if you can retake your seat, please. All right. Any other work that day, Ms. Parrish, on January 13th?
There were a couple other items that I collected, but I don't know if that was to be included. There was just some swabs taken, and there was a $100 bill in that wallet as well, so.
Okay. The swabs, were they of apparent blood
Yes, they were,
that you swabbed?
of apparent blood, yes.
Okay. Any other work on January 13th, 2014?
As far as documenting, collecting evidence, no.
All right. Was there a subsequent date that you went back to the movie theater?
Yes, there was.
And what date would that have been?
That's going to be on January 23rd of that same year. I returned back to the theater.
And who did you go back with?
I went with Forensic Investigator Kubin, Detectives Proctor, and there was two other detectives. I can't recall their names off the top of my head. I want to say it was Harris.
I'm sorry?
Detective Harris, and Detective Smith.
Okay. So Detective Proctor, Detective Harris, Detective Smith,
And
yourself, and Forensic Investigator Amy Kubin.
Yes, that's correct.
And for what purpose did you go back?
I wanted to take additional photographs of the theater just to portray more light. Because the theater is designed to be dark, I brought in some additional lighting stands just to be able to illuminate the seats better so that we could show where the seats were in the theater.
What sources of light did you use to accomplish that?
Just some regular photography lighting stands. And then we also did what's called painting with light, and that just means that you leave the shutter of the camera open to allow more light in, and we just kind of paint with a flashlight to be able to get more light into that photograph.
Okay. Judge, may I have a moment, please?
You may.
Judge, I have no further questions.
Thank you. Cross?
Okay, Ms. Parish, when you were part of the forensic investigation team with Pasco County Sheriff's Office, when this happened, you had probably around 9.5 years' experience, right?
It was somewhere around 9 years, yes.
with over 300-plus hours of law enforcement training, in addition to your bachelor's degree, right?
Yes, that's correct.
And then your bachelor's degree was in criminology
Yes, it was.
with a special course of study in forensics and that sort of thing.
They refer to it as criminalistics, but yes,
Criminalistics.
yes.
Okay. And so when we talk about forensics and criminalistics, we're talking about the same thing?
Yes, it's going to be the same type of courses that you would get as a forensic science degree or a crime scene technology degree.
And that has to do with preserving evidence,
Yes,
that
that's
you
correct.
talked about today, collecting it, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Handling it in a certain way.
Yes,
I noticed you used those gloves there when you handled the evidence.
yes, sir, I did.
And also kind of documenting the scene, right?
Yes,
It's important to document the scene so that, for instance, 8 years down the road like now, we can all look at it. The jury can look at kind of what it was at the time, right?
yes, that's correct.
And that also helps, for instance, the accused, because now his attorneys have access to certain information that you've preserved, right?
Yes, that's correct.
So in this case, you said that you went to the theater and you met with, I guess, you met with Sergeant Steffens first?
He may have been sergeant at the time. When he left the sheriff's office, he was a captain.
Okay. And so you met with Captain or Sergeant Steffens, and he told you basically what you have there, what happened, right?
That he knew of so far, yes, that's correct.
So I imagine he told you, hey, this must be a self-defense case.
No, he did not tell me that.
He told you, hey, this is a case where somebody may have gotten hit with an object.
No, he did not tell me that.
So as far as you knew, it was just a shooting and they had the guy that fired the shot.
I knew that there was a shooting within Theater 10.
Okay? Because we can agree that, for instance, if it's a self-defense case, you may look, for instance, for objects that may have been used to attack an individual that was defending himself, right?
We would look for any type of evidence that would have involved that particular event.
Okay, and so, but what I'm talking about is, for instance, if you go into a scene and you're told, hey, the person that's accused here is saying that he got hit with a blunt object, you're going to pay attention to objects. Let's say this is in a small house. You're going to pay attention to objects that you normally wouldn't pay attention to, right?
Yes, if I had been told that information, I would look for objects that could have been used, correct?
For instance, if you went into a house and somebody said they got hit with something, they're not sure what, and they had a pool table, right? You'd probably look at the pool balls,
Yes,
because a pool ball can be a weapon that can seriously injure someone, right?
sure.
Or you could look for something as innocuous or something seemingly as harmless as maybe a kitchen utensil of some type, right?
If that was part of the event, then yes, I would.
Well, but if you didn't know, but you were told, hey, somebody may have gotten hit with something, you might look for maybe an ice cream scoop that was on the counter or something like that, right?
That's correct. I would also try to identify the object, because there's going to be a lot of objects within a home, so I try to get more information about what that object could have been.
Okay, and so if you were told that somebody had been struck with an object, or at least is saying they'd been struck with an object, if the detectives told you that, now you're going to look at things a little differently, right?
That's true, yes.
Or at least ask for more information.
Yes, I would.
And those items that you would normally just photograph, you might preserve in a different fashion to see if there was any sort of physical evidence on those items, right?
Yes, if there was some type of, maybe there would be some apparent blood on an item, sure, yes.
Or DNA,
That's correct.
or fingerprints,
Yes, that's correct.
those sort of things.
Yes, sir.
And so in this particular case, you didn't have any of that information, right?
I'm sorry, can you repeat
You
that?
didn't have any of that sort of information in this case?
Not that an object had been thrown, no, I did not.
Or that it was even a self-defense case?
No, I did not.
And then you also spoke to Detective Harris. Harris didn't tell you any of those things either, did he?
I don't recall Detective Harris telling me that, no.
And so again, essentially, you just photographed the items as they were there in the theater, right?
Yes, sir.
In terms of being able to preserve the scene so we could all see it, since you didn't know that, did you know, well, let me ask you, did you know this happened in a darkened theater, for instance?
I did not know the lighting situation at the time.
Did you know that this happened with one individual seated in the back row and another other individual standing over him.
I may have known that at the time. I don't recall if I knew those
Judge,
specifics.
I'm going to object to that characterization of another individual standing over him. I don't believe there's been any testimony to that effect.
Did you have any information that there was an older gentleman, a 71-year-old, seated in a seat, and a 6'4", 43-year-old was standing up right in front of him during a movie? Do you have any information like that?
I would not have had that much information, no.
What I'm getting at is, let's say you knew it was dark in the theater, correct?
Correct.
And you've done studies, part of your training was to photograph a dark environment, a dark room.
Yes.
Okay. And so if you have a theater that's dark with maybe a backlighting of a screen, then there's potential of being able to maybe somehow simulate silhouettes.
There could be, sure.
And you weren't asked to do anything like that?
No, I didn't. I did not know what the lighting was when the event actually occurred, so I wasn't able to recreate that.
And based on your experience and your education, that might have been something, had you been giving that information, that you may have suggested, right?
I may have to be able to reflect what it looked like at the time, sure.
Meaning the lights,
Correct.
at the very least, and maybe even the sound, right?
Maybe, if it was, yeah.
Okay. Now, let me look, if I may, approach the clerk with this, to see State Exhibit 24, please. Madam Clerk, Madam Judge. All right. Now, describe to me, you said as you were gathering evidence, you talked about, for instance, the shell casing within the theater. Now, when you went into the theater, you put gloves on?
Yes, I had gloves on in the theater.
And what sort of gloves do you put on?
For myself, I wore a nitrile glove because I'm allergic to latex that just covers your hands.
Okay. And may I approach the witness for just for a second? Thank you. And are these the type you're allergic to?
No, they're not.
Okay. I was just asking, but you put them on. And so what you do is you put on a pair of gloves and you go into the theater.
That's correct.
And when you go into the theater, do you remember which item you picked up first?
I don't recall which item I picked up first.
All right. So let's say you pick up the shell casing first. I don't know. Did you put them on, the gloves, right when you got into the theater or some other time?
Gloves were on my hands throughout the whole time that I'm there. Sometimes we would change gloves in between. But as far as the casing, I didn't collect that one. That would have been Investigator Kubin.
Okay. When you went outside, you collected the gun from Deputy Jones?
Yes, I did.
The firearm. And the magazine and, right, as well?
Yes, that is correct.
And those items were taken out of the theater and they were in the trunk, Deputy Jones's trunk?
Yes, that's correct.
And so that's where you got them?
That is where I got them.
And so you put on gloves before you handled the firearm, I imagine?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And so those gloves, you gather the firearm, are those the same gloves you have on when you go into the theater?
No, I would have changed out my gloves before collecting that firearm.
Okay. And do you know that you changed out your gloves?
I'm not certain, but I would like to say that I would have, because that would have been a practice that I used when I was working in crime
Well, I
scene.
understand, but you're here to document evidence. So did you document someplace on any of the forms, gathered firearm, change gloves?
I did not document that in my report.
Well, what about this? Let's say the firearm, because all you know is somebody got shot in the theater, right?
That's correct.
So you'd want to get as much evidence off of the firearm as possible, or not yourself, but at least preserve it so that somebody else could do that, in a laboratory of some sort, right?
My first priority would to make sure that that firearm is secure, so we had to make sure that we extracted that bullet that was in the ejection port. And of course, you want to preserve as much evidence as possible.
Okay. And that evidence would include DNA,
That's correct.
fingerprints.
Correct.
And so when you handled the firearm, you had a glove on.
Yes, I did.
Now, I imagine you took that glove off and put it in with the firearm.
No, I did not.
You see where I'm getting at, right?
No.
This is what I'm getting at. DNA is kind of a sensitive thing, right? It's easy to move around. You know that, right?
Yeah,
You have to be really careful about preserving an item for DNA, right?
correct.
Okay. And so what I'm saying is, if you touch an item with your glove on, potentially, what's going to have the DNA from the item?
There is potential for transfer of touch DNA, yes.
And if you put that in the package with the gun now, they can examine A, the gun, and B, the glove to see if there's anything, any kind of transfer DNA, right?
Correct. It would also add my DNA to that bag.
Okay. Well, you put the gloves on the inside, right?
Correct.
All right. So if it added your DNA, then you can be included or excluded. I mean, that's what they do, right?
That's true.
So you could produce a swab, and they could say, Parish's DNA is not part of the mixture, is part of the mixture, right?
They can say that, correct.
But they can also see what else is there, right?
In certain circumstances, yes.
Okay. So certainly you would agree with me by not putting the glove in with the item, that potentially now you have destroyed evidence of DNA on that item.
I disagree, because I can't confirm that the DNA has been destroyed unless I knew that it was in fact there.
Okay. Let's talk about the cell phone. You had gloves on when you grabbed the cell phone off the floor?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And how did you grab the cell phone? Was it face up? Let me ask you that.
It was face up when it was on the ground, yes.
Okay. And so the screen was right side up?
The screen was right side up.
And when you grabbed it, how did you grab it? Do you remember? If you don't remember, don't say, but if you remember, then tell me how you grabbed it.
I don't recall how I grabbed the phone.
You had it with gloves on?
Yes, I did.
And again, the gloves aren't in the packet with the cell phone, right?
No, we don't keep our gloves in our bags.
Okay. And so in this particular case, I'm going to tell you that they couldn't determine, the lab, that even the owner of the phone's DNA was on it. And so potentially,
I'm going to object. That's not accurate.
All right. What? Yes, approach.
we spoke earlier about this idea of transfer DNA, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so that means that an item you pick up, potentially DNA from that item could be on the glove you were wearing, right?
It could potentially, yes.
Okay. And in this case, we don't know because you didn't save the glove that you picked the phone up with, right?
I don't know that there was DNA on the glove, no.
Well, but did you swab it for DNA?
No, I did not.
Okay. Did you have it send it off to a lab to be tested for DNA?
No, I did not.
Okay. And did you put it with the phone so we know you picked up the phone with it?
No, I did not.
Did you bag it so we know at least you did this investigation with it?
Judge, I'm gonna object. She's not qualified to answer these questions about DNA and transfer.
Your Honor, if we're doing speaking objection, she just testified now that there was going to be no DNA on it.
Overruled. She's testifying to what she did.
No.
That's okay.
And so you didn't preserve the glove in any fashion. This is part of this investigation, right?
It's normal practice for us to dispose of our gloves.
Okay. So the answer is you didn't save the glove in this particular investigation
I did not.
because that's your normal practice.
That was our normal practice.
Nothing further. Thank you, Your Honor. May I approach the clerk to return the Exhibit 24?
Redirect?
Judge, may I have a moment, please?
You may.
No further questions.
May this witness be released?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is she subject to recall?
We have her under subpoena.
Okay. Ms. Parish, you're free to go, but you may be subject to recall. If you're recalled, you have to come back.
Okay, thank you,
All right.
ma'am.
Thank you. Council approach. Next witness, state.
Your Honor, the state will call Amy Kubin.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you shall give in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
So help you God?
Go ahead, Mr. Garcia.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court, counsel. Ms. Kubin, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Ms. Kubin, I'm going to ask that you speak loudly and clearly into the microphone, please, and if you would direct all your answers to the members of this jury.
Okay.
Can you state your full name and spell your last name for the court reporter?
Amy Suzanne Kubin, K-U-B as in boy, I-N as in Nancy.
What is your current profession?
I'm a department manager at Petco.
All right. And Ms. Kubin, directing your attention back to January 13th of 2014, how were you employed then?
I was a forensic investigator for Pasco County Sheriff's Office.
Okay. How long were you a forensic investigator with the sheriff's office?
Total,
Total.
almost 15 years.
All right.
A few
And
months shy.
Did you have any specialized training or education which allowed you to perform your duties?
I attended St. Petersburg College. They have a crime scene technology course. It was 10 core classes, and then you could go on to get your actual degree.
Okay. And did you in fact do that or not?
I got the certificate program. I did all the core classes. I never finished the actual degree.
All right. Prior to January 13th of 2014, can you estimate how many times or how many crime scenes you actually went out to and processed?
Hundreds, easy.
Okay. All right. All right, so directing your attention to January 13th of 2014, were you on duty or working that day?
Yes, sir, I was on duty.
Okay, so where were you? Were you at like District 2? Or were you out and about and you get a call?
I was in the Linda Lakes Forensic Services Section building.
Okay, out on US 41?
Yes.
All right, so I assume that you got notified that there was an incident at the Cobb Theater.
Yes, sir.
Did you respond to the Cobb Theater?
Yes, I did.
Do you recall what time you arrived at the Cobb Theater?
May I refer to my report?
May she do so, Judge?
I arrived at 14:27, 2:27.
2:27 in the afternoon.
Yes, sir.
All right, were other forensic investigators going to the scene as well?
Yes, sir.
Okay. When you arrived on scene, did you meet with anyone?
Yes, I did.
Who did you meet with?
We met with Detective Harris, forensic investigator Parish was also there, two other forensic investigators, Deputy Elders, Captain Steffens was there.
Okay. Who actually gave you a briefing of what had occurred in the theater? Was it Captain Steffens?
Yes.
I'm going to object at this point in time unless either predicate is late for refreshing. I don't want her to read from the police report. It's improper.
Okay. Ms. Kubin, would your memory be refreshed if you read from your police report as to who briefed you on what had happened?
Yes, sir.
All right, may she do so, Judge?
Refresh your memory, yes.
Captain Steffens informed us of all the pertinent information.
Okay. All right. And it's my understanding different investigators get assigned different tasks.
Yes, sir.
Did you videotape the crime scene that
Yes.
day?
Yes, I did.
And was Investigator Parish assigned to photographs?
Yes, she was.
Okay, so you videotaped. What else did you do?
I placed pin numbers, which are markers. They denote all the evidence at the scene, and then I collected evidence.
Okay. The PIN numbers, did you assist forensic investigator Parish with PIN numbers? I believe it was 11, 12, 13, and 14?
Yes, sir.
All right, so you actually placed those pins there?
Yes.
And she took photographs of it?
Yes, sir.
There? Okay. All right, so Judge, I'm going to ask well, actually, I need to approach the clerk, Your Honor. Judge, I'd ask for it to reflect that I'm showing to defense counsel what's been marked as state's exhibits for identification, SS, TT, UU, UU, and VV. May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes. For the record, Your Honor, the defense has no objection to admission
Okay,
of these items into evidence by the state if they wish to do so.
thank you. We'll enter them as she identifies them. Do you have scissors?
Amy, do you want gloves?
Yes.
Here they come.
Okay. That's good. The lady was allergic to that one.
May I proceed, Judge?
You may.
All right, for the record, Ms. Kubin, I'm handing you what's been marked as state's SS for identification purposes. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes, I do.
And did you place that pin next to the object?
Yes, I did.
And what's portrayed in the photograph?
There's a shell casing.
Okay, a spent shell casing?
Yes, sir.
All right. Judge, I would move that into evidence as
39.
39.
It'll be admitted?
Judge, may she step down for demonstrational purposes? I'd like to publish this to the jury at this time.
Okay. Does she need to publish it, or
I'm sorry, Judge?
does she need to publish it? Or do you want to just do it?
Oh, I was gonna, well, I wanted her to assist me in it, Judge, to point out where the shell casing, it's hard to see in the photo.
Okay.
Okay, Ms. Kubin, for the record, it's been introduced in the evidence. Can you point out to the members of the jury where exactly the shell casing is in the photograph?
It's actually right there.
Okay, we'll move this way then.
It's to the left of my finger.
All right, let's keep moving so everyone can see it.
I can't see it.
You can't? Okay.
It's way far away. It's too dark.
Step down between those two.
I don't think it's going to help, Judge.
Okay, well,
Can I just,
it's there, and you're pointing to it, and it will go back. If you got the general idea of where it's at, you will get it back into evidence during your deliberations.
Okay. Can you take your seat? Okay, State's Exhibit TT for identification purposes, do you recognize the outside of the bag?
Yes, I do.
And how is it that you recognize it?
It's my handwriting and it's my initials on the seal.
Okay, and you collected those contents on January 13, 2014?
Yes, I did.
Can you open up the bag, please?
Do you want me to remove the item?
Yes, please. Okay. Is that the popcorn bag that you collected back on January 13, 2014?
Yes, sir.
If you could put it back in the bag, please. Judge, I'd offer this into evidence at this time.
All right, it'll be admitted as 40.
I'm handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit UU for identification purposes. Do you recognize the bag?
Yes, sir.
And how is it that you recognize it?
It's my handwriting and my initial.
Okay. And if you would open it up, please, and see if you recognize the contents. Do you recognize the contents?
Yes, sir.
And what is it?
It's an empty package of skinny cow creaming clusters.
All right. Judge, I would offer that in evidence as State's Exhibit number 41.
It'll be admitted.
If you can repackage that, please. Moving on to State's Exhibit VV for identification purposes, do you recognize the bag that's contained within the plastic bag?
Can I take it out?
Yes.
Yes. It's my handwriting and my initials on the seal.
Can you open the bag, please, and see if you recognize the contents?
continue opening.
Do you recognize that, or?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And from the outside of the bag, is that the spent shell casing?
It appears to be.
Okay.
Those are my initials.
Was that the spent casing that was at pin number 14?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Because I would move that into evidence as well.
All right, it'll be admitted as 42.
42. Thank you. All right, so Ms. Kubin, on January 13th, you testified to collecting those items in the theater that day. Is there anything else that you did as part of your regular duties that day?
Package the evidence.
Okay. All right, my understanding is you had another involvement in this case, right?
Yes.
Can you share with us the date that you did additional work on this?
I believe it was January 23rd.
Okay. And can you tell us where you went and what you did?
Forensic investigator Parish and myself assisted the detectives Proctor, Harrison, Smith. We returned to the theater to rephotograph using additional lighting.
Okay. Additional light sources.
Yes, sir.
Did you do the photographing, or did forensic investigator Parish do the photographing?
Forensic investigator Parish.
Okay, so I assume you assisted.
Yes, sir.
Did you do anything else as far as this investigation goes?
At that time, I attempted to take apparent measurements of a couple of the seats in row A and row B.
Okay. Did you take those measurements?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And when you say measurements, are you saying the seat itself in the back, or?
It was distances.
Okay. All right. So share with us, what were the distances?
In row A, which would be row 7 technically, the distance from the exterior armrest at one end of the row to the exterior armrest at the other end of the row was 46 feet.
I'm sorry, was what?
46 feet.
46 feet from, say that again,
It says distance from exterior armrest at one end, row A, to exterior armrest, row A, at other end.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry, my hearing's getting bad. So you went from the first seat all the way across row A to the very end seat then?
To, I believe, row, seat 10, I believe.
Okay, all right. Any other measurements?
I did back wall behind row A to the front of the seat in row B, with the seat in the down position, as best I could put it in down position.
Okay, now, are you saying the distance from the back wall to those seats, or the height, or what exactly did you measure?
The distance.
Okay. The distance from the wall to row A?
From, yeah, the theater was divided into 3 sections. And we were in the middle section, and there was a wall behind it.
Okay. All right. I don't have any further questions, Judge.
Just real briefly.
Okay.
Counsel.
Good afternoon, Ms. Kubin.
Good afternoon.
Ms. Kubin, is that correct? Kubin?
Either or.
Okay. your training consisted of obtaining a certificate from St. Pete College,
Yes, as well as on-the-job training.
as well on the job training. Okay, and when we're saying on the job training, you're kind of shadowing the other investigators and forensic techs in order to learn from them.
Yes, sir.
Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, there's a national certificate that you are able to obtain in your field, correct?
I believe so, yes, sir.
And do you have that national certificate?
No, sir,
Okay.
not at that time.
4 of you were assigned to go out there the night of January 13th, 2014, correct?
Yes, sir.
It was yourself, Garrison, Miller, and Parish.
Yes, sir.
The only information that was given to you initially was it was a shooting, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so when you get there and you're assigned your duties to go in and forensically preserve this theater tent, you have different jobs, right?
Yes, sir.
Your initial job was to videotape, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
The inside of theater tent.
Yes, sir.
The only thing you brought with you that day was your notepad.
As far as in the theater with me? I believe so.
Okay. And so you get your video camera, and you're supposed to be taking video of the interior of the theater, is that correct?
Yes.
Were you assigned or even instructed to take that video with the lighting in the theater being at a certain level?
From my recollection, we always did it as it was.
You mean as it was when you got there?
Yes.
But you got there quite a long time after this particular incident, correct?
I don't know what time the exact incident occurred.
Well, let me ask you a question. Would your report help you in remembering what time you got there?
Yes.
Okay, and so please look at your report, and then if it refreshes your recollection, then tell me what time you arrived.
We arrived at 2:30.
2:30?
Yes.
Okay. So approximately about an hour after the incident, correct?
Well, our unit got called at 2:02.
Your unit got called at 2:02.
Mm-hmm.
Did anybody tell you what time the incident had allegedly occurred?
No, sir.
Okay. So you get there 2:30,
Yes, sir.
right? And you go in with the rest of your group, your assignment, videotape. Nobody tells you, hey, listen, we want you to videotape at a certain level of lighting in there.
No.
You just videotape it at whatever lighting it was when you were in there.
Yes.
And for lighting, you all only brought a flashlight.
Yes.
And so you didn't bring any type of illumination lighting to help you illuminate the areas that you were going to be either videotaping or photographing.
No.
In fact, you don't even believe that at the time that you were working there on January the 13th of 2014 with the Pasco County Sheriff's Office, you don't even believe that you all had such lighting.
No, we had spotlights.
You had spotlights, you just didn't bring them.
They were in our vehicles.
Oh, they were,
They're always in our vehicles, yes.
but you didn't use them.
No.
Okay. Now, may I have, Madam Clerk, item number 39 that was admitted? It's the photo, the last photo. This photo is up to you. I believe it was 39.
Michelle Casey. Michelle Casey.
Now, you didn't take this photo, did you?
No, sir.
Ms. Parish took this photo?
Yes, sir.
Because you were videotaping, and Ms. Parish was behind you taking photos, correct?
I don't know exactly where she was, but yes, by that time, I'd already done the video and she'd already done the initial photos.
And she has a camera,
Yes, sir.
and that camera does have a flash.
Yes.
And that camera has the ability, after you take a photo, to look to see what that camera captured.
Yes, it's
So
a
you
digital
can see
camera.
if it's of sufficient forensic quality or not,
Yes,
right? And so you would agree that State's Exhibit number 35 is extremely dark.
yes, sir.
You would agree with me, may I approach you on?
It's 39, by the way.
39.
You
Well, I
said
thought I
30
said that.
35.
Oh, sorry, 39. You would agree with me that 39 is not of good quality.
Correct.
It's certainly not of forensic quality.
It's very low light, yes.
And that's not the only picture that you, or that Amy Parish took on January the 13th of 2014.
No.
There was a multitude of pictures that were taken that day, correct?
I don't know exactly how many, but yes,
Many.
many.
Okay. Now, when you all got there and you started doing your work, you didn't see Detective Proctor, who was the lead detective in this case, for quite some time after you were already there.
Correct.
You didn't see him coming into the theater until some time, quite some time, after you already were in the theater.
I believe so, yes.
And so you finish your work there, correct?
Yes.
And then 10 days later, the detectives say to you, we need you to come back out because the photographs that were taken on January the 13th of 2014 were insufficient.
They told us they wanted additional photos.
It wasn't Amy Parish that said that she thought they were insufficient. It was detectives that actually told you that they were insufficient, correct?
I don't recall who exactly told us, but they told us to meet us out there
The detectives did.
to take additional photos.
Okay. I don't have any further questions.
May this witness be released?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you, Ms. Kubin, you're free to go.
Thank you.
You got one more short one?
Should be quick, sir.
Okay. Did you get your ring?
I have it.
Ms. Kubin, no, her ring, did you grab your
Yes,
ring?
I have
Okay,
it.
good. Steve?
Judge, the next witness would be Corporal Bunner.
Yes?
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you shall give in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
May I proceed, Judge?
Go ahead, Mr. Garcia.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court. Counsel. Deputy Bunner, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
I'm going to ask that you speak loudly and clearly into the microphone, please, and direct all your answers to the members of this jury. If you would, please, can you state your full legal name and spell your last name?
Full name is Stephen Bunner. Last name spelling is Bunner.
And Deputy Bunner, what is your current profession?
Deputy Sheriff.
And are you assigned to any particular division within the sheriff's office, or?
Just patrol operations.
Okay. Deputy Bunner, directing your attention to January 13th of 2014, do you recall that date?
I do.
What time were you going on duty?
I was scheduled 2 p.m. to 2 a.m. that day.
And at the time, did you live close to the Cobb Theater?
I did.
As you're getting ready to go on duty, did you hear some radio chatter?
I did on the agency in-car radio.
Okay. Based upon that, what did you do?
I immediately left my residence and started heading towards Cobb Theater.
Okay. And did you stop anywhere, or did you stop in any of the roadways?
I stopped at the intersection of Old Pasco and Oakley Boulevard.
Okay. And had you received some information that someone believed that the suspect or the person may have left?
That was initial radio communications, yes.
Okay. You found that to not be true?
Right.
Did you then proceed to the movie theater?
I did.
When you got there, who did you meet with?
I met with Sergeant Griner and Deputy Robarts.
Okay. And at that time, was Sergeant Griner the highest ranking official there?
From what I recall, yes.
Okay. And did you all proceed to go in?
We did.
And it was Sergeant Griner, Deputy Robarts, and yourself?
Correct.
Okay. Can you tell us tactically or how you went into the theater?
It was a three-man team. They were both of them were in front of me and I was behind them.
Okay.
We made it through the main lobby of the movie theater and then proceeded towards the entry doors to the number 10 theater. You would like for me to continue to describe?
Yes, please.
Okay. So the lobby doors open, and then once you enter the lobby or the theater doors, the hallway into the theater continued straight ahead.
Okay.
And then once you ended there, that's where the movie screen was, and then the seating went up this way. They continued towards the screen, and then to the left was a separate hallway that went to the left, and then continued up towards the other side of the seating.
All right. So you did not go in with them?
Not all the way at
You
first.
stayed at that hallway, right?
Right. I stayed back at the hallway. They continued
For
up.
what purpose did you stay at that hallway?
There was limited information at the time. I didn't know who was involved or to what extent. So I stayed at that back section to prevent anybody from circling back or leaving the theater, just to help contain right there in theater number 10.
Did you wait there a while?
Not very long.
Okay. But at some point in time, you said, it's kind of quiet, I don't hear anything.
Right.
Did you go in the theater yourself?
Yes.
Okay. What did you see when you went in?
Well, I left that post and then went down the hallway where the other two deputies went. And then once I got to the movie screen, I turned and looked up the seating.
Okay.
And then once I I was at the bottom and looked up, that's when I saw Sergeant Griner and Deputy Robarts up at the top level, or near the top level.
Okay. And they were detaining Mr. Reeves at that time?
At that time, yes.
All right. After that, did you have an occasion to be assigned to the defendant's vehicle?
I was, yes.
A silver Honda?
Yes,
Did you locate that vehicle in the parking lot?
I did.
And I think we have. If you have the names, I'll use those. Judge, for the record, I'm showing 34 and 38 to defense counsel. They're already in. May I approach the witness, Judge?
You may.
Deputy Bunner, do you recognize that photograph?
Yes,
And this one as well, the front of the Honda, the rear of the Honda?
yes.
And did you notice if this vehicle had any placards or handicap signs either hanging from the rear view mirror or on the license plate?
I don't recall seeing any.
Okay. Judge, I'm going to show RR to defense counsel for identification purposes.
No objection if the state is moving to admit that in evidence.
Thank you.
Judge, I would offer RR as State's Exhibit, is it 40, 43?
Yes, 43. It'll be admitted, 43. And what's it a picture of?
Judge, it's a picture of the front of the cop theater.
Okay, thank you.
With the court's permission, I'd like to publish it to the jury as well.
Okay, you may.
May I approach the witness, Judge?
You may. Wait till they,
Well, likewise, these next two exhibits, I guess they're four because there's a photograph and a poster board. The defense has no objection if the state wishes to admit them at this time and assign them according to the numbers.
okay, thank you.
Judge, we can go ahead and move them in, and then I'll have Deputy Bunner step down.
Okay,
So,
that'll work. There'll be, what do you got? You have 43 was a small photo of the theater, so
I'm trying to do it
by your letters.
alphabetically,
Yeah.
Judge, so it's kind of, we have XX, which is a large photograph of
The
the front
theater.
of the theater.
Okay, so that'll be 44.
And then we have, same photograph, a smaller version, which is WW.
Is that different from the other one? Yes, it is, okay. WW is 45, small photo.
And there are two others, Judge. There is ZZ, which is the large photograph of the side of the theater.
46,
And
large.
YY is the small photograph of the same
Okay.
picture.
47, small, side, okay.
Judge, may Deputy Bunner step down, please?
Yes, he may.
Deputy Bunner, if you would, please.
Judge, may I also relocate?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you.
On that date of January 13th in 2014, can you tell the members of this jury where the defendant's vehicle was located?
Right there. No, I'm sorry, right here by this, I don't know what vehicle that is.
Okay.
Right there.
And were you asked to determine the distance from the theater to that vehicle?
I was.
And how did you measure that distance?
In my patrol car, I carry a little handheld that has a wheel on it, has almost like an odometer on a car, and it measures feet as you roll it. So I walked. You want me to continue?
Yes, please.
Okay. So I parked my patrol car in the same spot, and then walked what I personally would think would be a logical path to walk to the main office. And I took my roller to the front bumper of my patrol car and walked from here onto the sidewalk, around and through, which I can't recall which pillar in between, and then to the center of the box office. Then I measured one trip that way, and then did the same in return, and walked back to my patrol car. And I don't think I took the exact path. I kind of walked across this way.
Okay. And can you share with the members of this jury the distance that you determined it to be?
I averaged it out in between, I think it came out to be 132.15 yards on average between here and here.
Okay. If you can retake your seat, please. If you have a moment, please.
You may.
Judge, I don't have any further questions of Deputy Bunner. Thank you.
Mr. Garcia. Mr. Michaels?
When did you conduct this measurement experiment thing? When did you do this?
January 11th of 2022.
Okay. So just this year, a little over a month ago.
Correct.
You pointed out on the easel, the theater doesn't exactly look the same anymore, right?
I couldn't tell you if it looks the same or not. I've only been out there the one time.
Well, you were there.
The recent one, let me clarify, the one time during the incident, and then the one time that I recall on doing the measurement.
Okay, so the theater looks the same to you on the outside now?
I mean, it looks familiar, yes.
So you can't say if it's a different color, for instance, gray instead of pink?
I don't recall.
Now, when you measured this distance, did you measure the time it took you to walk there?
No.
Do you know what time, by any sort of, I don't know, surveillance or anything, that Mr. and Mrs. Reeves arrived at the theater on January 13th of 2014?
I'm sorry, I don't understand the question.
Do you know what time Mr. and Mrs. Reeves arrived to park in that space that you pointed out?
I don't.
Do you know how long it took them to walk from the parking lot to the front door?
I do not.
I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
Thank you. May this witness be released?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, Deputy. You're free to go.
Yes, ma'am, thank you.
Corporal. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we've reached a stopping time for today. I'd like to begin at 8:30 again tomorrow, and please remember my instructions during the recess. No independent research, no watching the news, no discussions, and even amongst yourselves. Any questions thus far? All right, we're moving along, as you can see. and we'll see you all in the morning. Thank you.
All right, we're going to recess till 8:30 in the morning.
Yeah. Okay. Tammy, you good with that? All right.
I think I'm missing a piece.
Okay. Okay, very good. Do you, I've got pretty good notes if you need anything.
No, I got the numbers, I just need to make sure I have all the pieces, because I think one of the last pieces I didn't see.
Okay.